$150,000. Total general fund allocations from last year was $87,061,963. This year's total general fund proprietary accounts is $5,866,755,000. IDC in the amount of $2,334,627. Proprietary fund allocations totaling $81,151,606 for a grand total budget of $89,352,988 for those business units mentioned above. Continue on to Exhibit B is our proposed budgets. Again, this summarizes proposed budgets that I just read off. General Services Admin, $435,655. Insurance Services Department, $85,037. Risk Management, Safety, Loss Control, $1,100. Telecommunications Utilities, $229,900. Navajo Air Transportation, $606,547. Facilities Maintenance, $1,843,892. Department of Information Technology, $1,457,029. Records Management, $263,585. And Employee Housing, $944,000 will be our proposed allocation. Exhibit C, that is for your review, as well as your modifications or any conditions that you may recommend to our program budgets. Going on behind tab 1, if you may, Shanantaya, this kind of summarizes our allocations for general funds. The Division of General Services was allocated $8,201,382 under the executive branch budget. You can see the breakdown under the next page behind that memo. We have a formula established for general fund percentages, which allocates the amounts $5,866,755 in general fund, IDC in the amount of $2,334,627. Moving on to tab number 2 is our first budget, and I will read just budget form 1 for your review. Budget form 1, 112001, Division of General Services. It's a combination of general fund and indirect costs for $607,729. We currently have 5 positions. We'll be maintaining our 5 positions, 2 vehicles. 2 vehicles, and then 2 vehicles for next year as well. Personnel expenses have increased from $460,000 to $528 for a difference of $11,868. Travel expenses have decreased from $56,276 to $47,560. $8,696 has been the decrease. I don't travel much, so that's why we've lessened that amount there. Meeting expenses, we have none. Supplies, we've increased our supplies from $18,740 to $41,204 for a difference of $22,467. Lease and rental, from an increase from $2,152 to $11,100, an increase of $8,948. Communication utilities, $8,912 last year. This year, $10,640 for an increase of $1,728. Repairs and maintenance from $7,071 to $4,400, a decrease of $2,671. Contractual services, $3,835 last year. That has been put to 0 this year. Special transactions from $16,271 to $20,408 for a increase of $4,137. Last year's total approved budget was $573,783. with an increase of 33,945. This year's proposed budget is $607,729. That is the Division of General Services. Moving on to tab 3. This is the Insurance Services Department, 112003. Total allocation, total budget for this year, or proposed for this year, $212,240. Going over to Part 3, Budget Summary, personnel expenses decreased by $8,205 from $186,442 to $178,237. Travel expenses have also decreased from $3,285 to $2,466. Meeting expenses decreased from $3,924 to $3,500, a decrease of $424. Supplies from $6,200 last year to $7,700 this year, an increase of $1,500. Lease and rental, an increase from last year $2,911 to $4,501, an increase of $1,597. Communication utilities, last year $6,288, this year $2,400, a decrease of $3,888. Repairs and maintenance, last year was $2,000, this year is $3,200, an increase of $1,200. Contractual services, last year was $7,715, this year is $2,000, a decrease of $5,715. Special transactions, last year was $1,529, this year's proposed budget is $8,229, an increase of $6,700. Last year was a capital outlay of $2,527. That has been zeroed out for this coming fiscal year. Last year's approved budget was $222,821. This year's proposed budget is $212,240, a decrease of $10,581. There are currently 2 positions. We maintain the 2 positions. 1 vehicle, we maintain the 1 vehicle. Moving on to tab number 4, the Insurance Services Department Safety Loss Control Program. Total allocation $31,038 under Part 2. Part 3, Budget Summary. This is a operation expense account for safety loss control. Travel expenses from $10,238 to $14,786, an increase of $4,548. Supplies, last year was $30,500, dropped down to $16,252, a decrease of $14,248. Last year's approved budget was $40,738. This year's proposed budget is $31,038, a decrease of $9,700. This business unit does not fund any positions or vehicles. Moving on to tab number 5, 112006, Telecommunications and Utilities. This is a general funded IDC account. $486,866 is the overall budget. Personnel expenses takes up a bulk of that, from $435,974 last year to $416,225 this year, a decrease of $19,749. Travel expenses last year was $45,703. This year's proposed budget is $20,110, a decrease of $25,593. Supplies, $19,120 last year. This year, $45,256, an increase of $26,136. Communications utilities, $3,108 last year, $1,920 this year, a decrease of $1,188. Contractual services, $24,000 last year. None this year, a decrease of $24,000. Special transactions, 3,234 last year, 3,355 this year, a slight increase of $121. Last year's approved budget was $531,139. This year's proposed budget, $486,866, a decrease of $44,273. This has 8 positions last year, 1 vehicle. This year, we maintain our 8 positions and our 1 vehicle for the upcoming fiscal year. Tab 6, Air Transportation Program, 112007. This is a general funded account, $606,547. Total allocation, personnel, $238,602 last year. This year, $390,438, for an increase of $151,836. Travel expense, $25,052 last year to $22,373 this year, a decrease of $2,679. Moving on down to supplies, last year was $90,958. This year's proposed budget is $78,800 for a decrease of $12,156. Lease and rental, there was none budgeted last year. This year we have a proposed budget of $10,000 for an increase of $10,000 this year. Communication utilities, $4,600. Last year was $5,780 for a total increase of $1,180. Repairs and maintenance, $197,000 last year, $197,888 last year. This year's proposed budget is $85,590 for a decrease of $112,298. Contractual services is none. Special transactions, $57,258 last year to $13,566 this year, for a decrease of $43,692. For total allocation last year was $614,356. This year is $606,547, with a decrease from $7,809. Last year, the program funded 2 positions and 2 vehicles. This year, we're proposing to increase that to 4 positions and 2 vehicles. We'll be transferring from our proprietary accounts to this general funded account. 112008, facilities maintenance, total allocation $2,714,207. Personnel expenses last year was $2,249,135. This year's proposed budget is $2,175,923 for a decrease of $73,212. Travel expenses, $344,777 for a decrease down to $332,247, a difference of $12,530. There were no meeting expenses. Supplies from $209,603 to $94,100, a decrease of $115,503. Lease and rental, $5,000 last year, 0 this year, so there is a difference of $5,000 decrease. Communication utilities, $13,760. This year is the same recommended level funding, $13,760. No difference or change in that line item. Repairs and maintenance from $494,584, a decrease of $471,803 to $22,891. Contractual services, $110,000 last year. This year, $5,000, a decrease of $105,000. Special transactions, $36,437. That has increased by $54,000 or $34,049 to $70,486. Overall, Last year's budget was $3,463,296. This year's proposed budget is $2,714,207 for a decrease of $749,089. The position funded 44 positions the budget funded 44 positions last year, 18 vehicles. This year, we're going to maintain our funding of 44 employees and increase our vehicles by 2. Continue on to tab number 8 is 112009, Department of Information Technology. Overall funding is $2,335,170. Personnel expenses last year was $1,723,933. It has increased to $1,755,850 for a total increase of $31,917. Travel expenses remained the same, $35,021. The supplies also remained, last year was $280,000, $799. This year's proposed budget decreases to $262,905 for a $16,194 decrease. Lease and rental, there's none. Communication utilities, $9,972 last year to $9,972 this year. There's no difference here except by a small percentage in pocket change. Repairs and maintenance, $183,637. Again, we maintained the funding, $183,637. Contractual services will remain the same from last year, $50,000 to $50,000 this year. Special transactions, last year was $37,102. This year's slight increase of $982.70 to $38,085. Total last year's budget was $2,320,464. This year's proposed budget is $2,335,170 for a increase of $706.06. 23 positions funded last year, 2 vehicles. We maintain our vehicles and our personnel under this year's proposed budget. Moving on to 112010 records management. The proposed budget is $263,585. Personnel expenses takes up a bulk of that for last year, $257,272. This year, $248,154 for a decrease of $9,118. No travel expenses, there are no meeting expenses. Supplies, $4,834 last year. This year, $9,583 for an increase of $4,729. Communications utilities last year was $3,156. This year is $4,464 for an increase of $1,308. Special transactions, $1,656 last year. This year, $1,404 for a decrease of $282. Last year's budget, $266,918. This year's proposed budget is $263,585 for a difference of $3,000. I think that's $533 for the difference. 5 positions, 0 vehicles. This year we maintain that 5 vehicle and 0 vehicles, but there is a supplemental budget request to restore records management mail service vehicle. 112003 employee housing, overall budget $944,000. This goes to travel expenses on part 3. Travel expenses increased to $33,008 over last year's 0. Supplies last year was $808,500 to this year $123,515 for a decrease of $684,965. No lease or rental, no communication utilities. Repairs and maintenance, there is an increase over last year's zero budget to this year $150,000. Contractual services last year was $191,500. This year is $70,000, a decrease of $121,500. Special transactions, there is zero last year. This year's proposed budget, $287,477. That is the increase. Public assistance, there is none. Capital outlay, last year there was none. This year is $280,000, which is also the increase. Last year's approved budget was $1 million. This year's proposed budget is $944,000 for a difference of $56,000. The position has, there's no positions in this budget for the business unit last year and this year. Last year there was no vehicles, but this year we restore 3 additional vehicles to that business unit. That takes care of our general funds business units. And then moving on to our insurance programs, the fixed costs. Fixed costs 118004, which would be tab 1 in your second section in the middle of the binder. 118004 insurance programs. This is a combination of funding to pay the Navajo Nation's insurance premiums, $4,781,198 is proposed. Under Part 3 budget summary, the entire balance of this goes to insurance premiums under special transactions. Last year was $4,830,539. This year, $4,781,198 for a decrease of $49,341. That is also your total. This fixed cost account pays insurance premiums, so there are no positions or vehicles under this business unit. Continuing on to tab 2, 118005. This is the fixed cost for utility payments. Total allocation $6,627,611. The bulk of this is under communication utilities. Last year's approved budget was $5,493,353. This year's proposed budget is $5,856,819 for an increase of $363,466. Repairs and maintenance, $542,498 last year. This year proposed is $770,492 for an increase of $228,294. Total budget allocation last year was $6,035,851. This year, $6,627,611 for an increase of $591,760. This business unit does not fund any positions or vehicles. Continuing on to fixed cost telecommunications. Business unit 118007. Total combined budget $1,281,096. A bulk of that is under communication utilities for $1,295,042 last year. This year, $1,281,096 for a decrease of $13,946, which is the same with our totals. This business unit does not have any positions or vehicles budgeted under that business unit item. Continue on to tab number 4. This is the fixed cost radio communication program under NNTU, business unit 118008. Total allocation $463,632. A bulk of that is under communication and utilities. Last year's allocation $115,605. This year's proposed allocation $119,832 for an increase of $4,227. Contractual services has $340,000 last year. We're proposing the same amount this year, which would be level funding. Special transactions last year was $4,750. Proposed budget this year is $3,800 for a difference of $950. Total allocation $460,355 last year. This year $463,632 for a difference of $3,277. There is no positions and no vehicles budget in this business unit. Continuing on to facility maintenance department, fixed cost 118023. Total allocation is $2,350,798. Under Part 3, budget summary, lease and rental. Last year was $2,000. This year proposed is $2,000. Business section 6,000, repairs and maintenance, $1,780,000 last year. This year we are proposing $1,628,798 for a decrease of $151,202. Under contractual services, last year was $10,000. This year we are proposing $720,000 for an increase of $710,000. Under capital outlay, $500,000. Last year, this year is none, for a decrease of $500,000. Last year's budget, $2,292,000. This year's proposed budget, $2,350,798 for an increase of $58,798. There is no positions or vehicles budgeted under this business unit as well. Fixed costs, Department of Information Technology, 118026. General fund allocation amount and fixed cost allocation amount, $1,350,509. The majority of that is under repairs and maintenance. Last year was $800,000. This year's proposed budget, $1,350,509 for an increase of $550,509, same as the total. There are no positions or vehicles budgeted under this business unit. The next section, section 1 in your third section here, tab number 1, starting with fleet management, business unit 8003, is your proprietary internal service fund for fleet management. Proposed budget is $11 million. Personnel expenses last year, $3,575,939. This year's proposed budget, $3,464,907. Decrease of $111,032. Travel expenses for last year was $256,795. This year's proposed budget is $257,008 for a slight increase of $213. Supplies last year, $492,792. This year's proposed budget is $6,558,657 for an increase of $65,865. Lease and rental, $5,250 last year. This year's proposed budget is $3,275 for a decrease of $1,975. Contractual services, $140,000. Last year increased that this year to $283,679, $143,679 increase. Special transactions, $237,024. Increased that to $271,767 for a total increase of $34,743. Capital outlay, $130,000 last year. Proposed budget this year is $11,407 for a decrease of $118,593. Total budget last year $11 million. Total budget this year $11 million. The positions budgeted last year were 56. We maintained that with 56. 22 vehicles last year, 22 vehicles this year. Continue on to 112004, Records Management Duplicating Services Program. Total budget $600,000. Personnel $233,479 last year to $191,751,000 this year, for a decrease of $41,728. Supplies, $48,957 last year to $60,000 this year, for an increase of $11,043. Lease and rental, $179,596 last year to $195,613 this year, for $16,017 increase overall. Communication utilities, $14,840 last year. This year, $10,800, for a decrease of $4,040. Repairs and maintenance, $103,096 last year to $121,200 this year, for an increase of $17,804. Special transactions, $19,732 last year, $20,636 this year, for an increase of $904. Budgeted last year, or approved last year, was $600,000. This year we're proposing $600,000. Position in vehicles, Part 4. Notice there is a decrease in positions. Last year was 5, this year will be 4. Total vehicles, last year was 0, this year is 0. There is a supplemental unmet needs request to restore a position and restore their vehicle. Going to tab number 3, Risk Management Department. Total proprietary fund allocation, $12,761,606. Personnel expenses last year, $983,489 to this year's $953,045, for a decrease of $30,444. Travel expenses, $165,351 last year. This year to $197,022, for an increase of $31,671. Meeting expenses, 0. Supplies, $125,300 last year. This year $265,960, for a total increase of $146,660. Lease and rental, $46,305 to $46,567, for a total increase of $309. Communication utilities, $20,900 last year, $20,900 this year, no difference. Repairs and maintenance, $11,500 last year, $11,500 this year. Contractual services, $1,151,947 last year, $1,035,287 for this year, for a decrease of $116,660. Last special transactions last year, $10,256,814. This year's proposed allocation, $10,231,218, for a decrease of $25,598. So last budget totals, $12,761,906, the same this year, no change. Positions budgeted 15, and 4 vehicles for that business unit. Going on to tab 4 is Employee Benefits Program, Group Insurance Fund, 812016 and 812017. Total budget request, $51,840,000. Personnel expense, $695,025 last year to $658,748 this year, for a decrease of $36,277. Travel expenses, $29,780, increase to $50,671. Total increase of $20,891. No meeting expenses. Supplies, $17,157 to $83,150 this year, for a total increase of $65,993. Lease and rental, $6,500 last year, proposed $7,800, an increase of $1,300. Communication utilities, last year was $7,000, this year is $7,500, a $500 increase. Repairs and maintenance, $3,000 last year, this year $1,500, for a decrease of $1,500. Contractual services, last year $25,145,000, this year the same as requested, $25,145,000, zero difference. Special transactions, $25,876,538, the same as last, or a slight increase, $25,885,631, for an increase of $9,093. Last year's approved allocation, $51,780,000. This year's allocation, $51,840,000, for a $60,000 increase. Position last year was 11, this year is 11, vehicles 2, and this year vehicles will be 2 as well. Moving on to workers' compensation program, 814001, $4 million is requested. Travel expenses last year, $745,619. This year, $749,177, for an increase of $3,558. Travel expenses, $75,819 last year. This year, $74,819, for a $1,000 decrease. Meeting expenses, last year was $900. This year is none, a difference of $900. Supplies last year was $61,200. This year it is $66,200, a $5,000 increase. Lease and rental, $9,197. Requested last year, the same this year, so there was no change. Communication utilities, $8,472. This year, $8,590, with an increase of $118. Repairs and maintenance, last year was $27,000. This year is $7,000, a decrease of $20,000. Contractual services, last year, $84,788. This year's proposed budget is $74,488, a difference of $10,300. Special transactions, $2,977,005, increases that to $3,529, for a difference of $23,524. Capital outlay last year was $10,000, and this year is $10,000. Total budget, $4 million last year. Total budget this year, $4 million, no change. No change in personnel, and vehicles will remain at 10 and 3. Moving on to the last business unit here, the 912001, which is the employee housing program. $950,000 is the budget allocation. Last year, under personnel, $575,529. Proposed budget, $577,358, for a slight increase of $1,829. Travel expense, $42,276. This year, $39,387, for a decrease of $2,889. Supplies, $64,250 last year, $23,500 this year, for a difference of $40,750. Lease and rental, $1,200 last year. This year is $500, a difference of $700. Communication utilities, $56,504 last year. This year, $84,508, for a difference of $27,996. Repairs and maintenance, $183,040 last year. This year, $194,195, $11,155 increase. Special transactions, $27,202 last year. This year, $30,560, an increase of $3,358. Last year's budget allocation was $950,000. This year is also $950,000. Part 4, positions and vehicles, we maintain 10 employees and we maintain 4 vehicles for that business unit. Unmet needs for your record management department. And my apologies, the only one I do not have in my binder is the facility maintenance unmet needs. But the records management unmet needs, 112010, unmet needs in the amount of $14,092. Personnel expense, $248,154. Last year, this year's none. Travel expense, 0 last year, $11,766 this year. Supplies, $9,563 last year. This year, $1,500, a decrease of $8,063. Communication and utilities, last year was $4,464 to 0 this year, $4,464. Special transactions, $1,404 to $826 for a decrease of 501. Total allocation to last year was $283,585, requesting an additional $14,092 for the unmet needs. That would restore our vehicle under travel expense, a majority of that, for records management. Currently they're using facility maintenance's vehicle. The facility maintenance unmet needs, if I may pull that up here. So my apologies, Mr. Chair, I don't have that one in the budget manual or the budget binder.
Yeah, thank you. That completes your presentation, correct, Shanada, Mr. Dale?
Yes, with the exception of the unmet needs for facility maintenance.
There's probably no unmet needs.
Abigashanalo. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that information. So with that, going over the budget here for Division of General Service and related matters of the departments that are under Division of General Service, for reading those budget into record and providing information to the HEHSC committee. With that, before I move on to questions, I'd like to give some time to OMB, Office of Management Budget, to provide the information to us as well. Earlier, OMB wasn't present, so we just skipped over it and we just moved on to the budget to be read into the record. Unfortunately, OMB, you would have to be in person to provide us that information. We don't have any more virtual communication, virtual calls or anything like that. So you would have to be in person. So thank you for being present and thank you for showing up here. So with that, I will give you some time and then I'll move over to questions of the Health, Education, Human Service Committee. OMB, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Nanette Francisco with OMB, Senior Budget Analyst. Also have Ancita Largo here with me from MPS section, Management and Policy section. We're going to read in the Navajo Nation OMB report. I'm not sure if you guys have it. It's probably on your computer or
We printed copies.
okay. So you have printed copies. So I'll read, says the Navajo Nation Health and Education Human Services Committee fiscal year 2024 budget hearing for the Navajo Division of General Services. Navajo Nation OMB report August 7th through 11th, 23. The next page is your table of contents. You have item A, which is your FY24 fund type budget summary. Tab B is your FY 2023 third quarter budget expenditure report. Tab C is your FY 2023 third quarter performance assessment report. D is your FY 23 third quarter plan of operations status report. E is your FY 2023 condition of appropriations legislative concern report. F is your FY 2023 external funds expenditure report. And G is your FY 2021 single audit report. Okay, going on to A, your 2024 fund type budget summary. You have here Division of General Services fiscal year 2024 budget summary by fund type. You have the first column is your business unit, the second column is your program, the third column is your FY 2023 approved general fund budget. Your next column is your proposed general fund for FY 2024, your proposed indirect costs, your proposed matching, proprietary, fiduciary, special revenue internal, and special revenue external, and then you have your grand total. And if you notice, this is in two sections. You have general fund total amounts, and then you have proprietary total amounts. I'll read the bottom line total. The grand total amount for fiscal year 2023 is $87,061,963. Proposed general fund for FY 2024 is $5,866,755. Indirect costs, $2,334,627. Matching is 0. Proprietary is $81,151,606. Fiduciary is 0. Special revenue internal 0. Special revenue external 0, giving you a total of $89,352,988. Going on to B, this is your FY 2023 third quarter budget status report. And this was run the end of the third quarter, which is June 30th, 2023. And again, you have your business unit, your program titles, your original budget, your revised budget, your actuals, your encumbrance, and your budget available, and then the percent expended of total. I'll be reading the bottom line total. For original budget, you have $8,850,214. Revised, $11,448,114 and 37 cents. Your actual is $3,894,409 and 42 cents. Encumbrance is $689,871 and 7 cents. Budget available, $6,463,833 and 88 cents. Percent expended is 41.49. And you'll notice there's asterisks at the end of the report or to the right-hand column. Single asterisk means the program is under expending by 65% or less. The next page, you have your another budget status report for the other funds. The ones I read are for the general funds. The next page is for the other funds that the general services receives. And again, I'll read the bottom line total. You have $81,341,006. Revised is $84,081. $28,394.79. Actual is $28,100,398.86. Encumbrance is $2,923,531.72. Budget available, $53,156,464.21. Your percentage is 36.78. And again, your note at the bottom, a single asterisk means they're underspending by 65%. Double means they're overexpending by 85% or more.
Good morning. Next tab is C, which is the FY23 third quarter performance assessment report for Division of General Services. We have the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter scores for all the programs, 15 programs under Division of General Services. The scoring system is at the bottom. 5 is outstanding, program did exceptional in meeting goal statements. 4 is exceed expectations. 3 is meet expectation. 2 is needs improvement. 1 is unsatisfactory. 0 is no report. And these reports have been updated and disseminated each quarter. So the third quarter average for Division of General Services is 3.10, and you'll notice that there's 3 programs that are under 2.0, which is Business Unit 112007, Air Transportation 112008, Facility Maintenance 112013, Employee Housing. Going on to tab D is the third quarter Plan of Operation Status Report. And you'll notice that there's 3 highlighted statutory reference for Division of General Services. Those Plan of Operation needs to be updated. Going on to E, Condition of Appropriation and Legislative Report. For Division of General Services, they have 2 COAs, and for third quarter response, they didn't respond and they're in non-compliance.
Going on to F, you have your FY 2023 External Fund Expenditure Report. And this is an inception through July 31st, 2023. Column A is your index, column B is your company, column C is your contract number, D is the start date, E is the end date, F is the business unit number, and G is the description, and H is your original budget, I is your revised, J is your expenditure, K is your open commitments, L is your available balance, M is percent spended, and then N is percent balance. I'll read the bottom line total. The original budget is $110,725,789. Revised is $110,725,789. The expenditures is $5,429,773.77. Open commitments is $36,103. $36,103,202.81. Available is $69,192,812.42. The percent spent is 38, and the balance is 62%. And then G, there's no FY21 single audit for this program. Thank you.
O and B, that does complete your presentation, correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that information regarding the Division of General Service. And colleagues, we did receive the PowerPoint and the information. It was read to us. So with that, we do have a motion that was made by Honorable Helena Nez Begay, and then second by Honorable George Toth. We did have our division directors and staff take their oath and provided the information. We did receive the binder of the budget, and that was read to us as well. So with that, we'll move on to questions. Committee members, Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Ato Kodo Anini Klenige. I have about a couple of questions. This pertains to insurance for vehicles. My understanding that there's money for it, yes. But the question I have is why does Deltex always, ground their vehicle on Azinle, waiting for insurance? You had the money to get these insurance. The other one is maintenance repair. Does this also cover the this house, this Kohwan's Ani? Because there's a lot of deficiencies, especially the man's bathroom. The other one is my understanding, if you want to make a condition of appropriation, you have to fill out these forms. The other one, if you want to take money from that program, you have to fill out the forms. Does it have to be done now or later, or does it go on record? In my old days we usually do from the floor day down. You had to fill out the forms, and which is good. Chair, to staff, thank you.
Thank you very much. In regards to the form, we went over the form, and so it's just one of the new procedures that is in place due to the fact of a lot of amendments that were being done from left and right last budget fiscal year. So that the form is there to keep everything on track, and then to have our legal counsel keep everything, the paper trail there for amendments. I just wanted to answer your question regarding the fiscal year 2024 budget amendment form. So with that, before I move back on for response from our presenter, I'd like to give some time over to Honorable Dr. Andy Nance, question, comments.
Chair Otto Mr. Dale for the presentation. Colleagues, I want to propose a First Amendment just to ensure that our discussions are a reflection of what has been updated according to the tracking number for the legislation on what was released to the public. There are updated exhibit forms A through E, which were released to you. Those reflect the budget forms that were part of the binder, as well as what OMB read into record. So to be clear, Chair, I make an amendment to include Exhibit A through E as an update to the legislation that was dropped.
Is the amendment ready? I don't have the form. Okay, so where's the form? So just, I don't need this form then?
No, we're just gonna, this is just a substitution of amendments, yeah.
Okay. All right, so with that substitute amendment, and that's your motion, correct? Honorable Dr. Andy Nance?
Correct.
And that will consist of Exhibit A, B, C, D, and E?
Correct.
And so with that, committee members, Kwado motion earlier to make an amendment in regards to the exhibit. taho e sabina ta hasofo e kwaikin hitanana slipo, which are these forms. Hitas ni eshi kodo the Honorable Dr. Andy Nez e kodo ye dis not on this motion e la do this. Do I have a second, committee members, for a substitute motion to add on the exhibits that are before us? Committee members calling for a second. Second. Honorable Vice Chair, Sister Jermaine Simonson, yat I'm all paying attention over here because you were here earlier. I'm sorry. Jason Daliyat, welcome. Second made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez makes the motion, and then second by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Are there any questions, committee members, regarding the substitute motion for exhibits A, B, C, D, E items? We have a motion on the floor for substitute motion. If there is none, I will go ahead and call for the question. Roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Honorable George Toll. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. No, so it's here. I almost call on Honorable Seth Damon too. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez Begay. There I go. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Agreed.
So with that, we do have 4 in favor, chair not voting, 1 unexcused, which is Honorable Don Curtis Yanito. Oh dear. I think it's getting too hot in here. It is already hot in here. So with that, the substitute motion carries, and those new exhibits are added on to the legislation. With that, before I give back to the questions, there was questions that were made by Honorable George Toth. With that, before I move on, I'd like to ask Vice Chair to chair for a little while I proceed with my questions. Okay, thank you. HEHSC for that information. And so I'm going to start off first with my question pertaining to Now Foundation OMB report. On that report, it was indicated on the slide of your third quarter, Division of General Service General Funds. And then it was indicated regarding the asterisks there on the side of that PowerPoint. And under expenditures by 65% or less. And so you have your accounts there, your account range, and then your budgets that are available, and then the percentage expended of total. Okay, in there, my question is, I know you brought up the unmet needs portion. My question is, if you have over $6 million that's available, why do you have an unmet needs listing? If these funds are still there, why do you have an outstanding available balance? And so, and then my next one is, what would be very helpful? I don't know if your staff can do this today, or maybe even before the budget and finance committee. Before it gets there, if your staff can provide an overall chart or overall amount for some of these areas, meaning all your department under your division, how much funding
is there overall for catering? How much funding is there for gift and rewards overall? How much funding is there just for operating supplies as overall Division of General Service? Overall of requesting of meeting space, what is the dollar amount? Overall furniture amounts. Of course, if you add up, when you start looking through each of the departments, they have all of these items. Majority of these items are within their budget form 4 and the detail forms ikihat and it nabakat. So if you were to add up all of them, how much will that equal for each of those items that I named to you? And I think this is going to be a question from me to all of the programs. It's going to be very interesting if you guys can show us a diagram as an overall amount for each of those particular areas. Because if we have a big amount of monies overall for catering, then we need to do something about that funding. I believe that those fundings could be utilized in the unmet needs budget forms in certain areas. But looking at it from that perspective, it's going to be a very interesting numbers for those particular items if you start adding those items up overall. Then my next question is going to be in regards to the housing, the employee housing, and I think as delegates we are always bombarded with concerns regarding employee housings. And under your budget that you presented, there is some funding that has been allocated towards repairs and maintenance of employee housings, and also the enhancement of landscapings, additional renovation, new appliance that is needed in some of these employee housings. And at this point, if it's not listed in your budget, then who pays for that? Is that the tenant that pays for those landscaping, the renovations, and the new appliance to those employee housing? And so how much does it usually cost, or how much is it usually allocated for renovations for those employee housings each year? And is all the funding utilized each year towards renovation? If there is a balance under renovation, then what happens to that balance? What happens to all of those requests that have been submitted by employees, tenants that are occupying those homes or that are requesting renovations in their homes? And then the next one is what is the plan to move forward in purchasing additional homes or additional trailers for employees of the Navajo Nation? What is the plan? Is there any funds that is being allocated towards purchasing new employee housings? And that's a big question. And so when it comes down to it, there's quite a bit of, I believe, employee housing that are also vacant. And so if those employee housings continue to be vacant, are we losing funding there as well? And so what is it that needs to happen, and where do we need to get some funding to maybe renovate those units so those units could be occupied and we're not losing funding towards those employee housings? And so that's going to be in regards to employee housing. And then now I move on to the binder. And in your binder, I appreciate how you guys identified the binder and how you guys sorted the binder. In your binder, the very first budget form 1, which is for business unit number 11-2001, in there under your part 3, your personnel expense, you indicated that there was a different amount there. You indicated over 500,000 proposed budget, but on your form you have 472,000. I just needed that correction, that clarification from you in regards to how you stated it on record, if that was correct. Now, I do see a lot of decrease, and thank you for providing that information to us in each of the departments that is under your division. And there is quite a bit of decrease, and so how are you working with your departments in regards to those decreases? Again, this would be something that would be very interesting to see as an overall dollar amount of your decrease. How much funding will you actually decrease as an overall for all of your departments? And that would be an interesting diagram to see as well in regards to the decrease that you have as an overall. Now, mainly, my question is going to be in regards to some of the items that you have listed there under the your criteria. Did I say that right? Yeah. So Ada, your under my main questions are there, and in regards to budget form 4 of business unit number 812003. Under that, you have merit bonus payment for the fleet management department, and the dollar amount of $300 for, I'm assuming, 56 employees, and so which equals $16,800. And so you have that bonus payment in there. And my question is, if you're going to, if you have a unmet needs, is it proper to move forward with this merit bonus payments to these 56 employees? Or can that funding be used under the unmet needs that is needed in some of your departments under your divisions? And so in regards to that, to me, my recommendation has always been to move forward with step increases. That has always been my perspective for any employee that are requesting for bonus payment. Because if they get their step increases, then it stays with them as long as they are employed. But if they get a merit bonus payment, then it's just a one time, and then of course, tax are all taken out, and then they end up getting a small amount of bonus payment. So my recommendation has always been to do a step increase, but that's what I would recommend to you as well. Moving on to the next page, which is the fleet management of 812003, that budget form, which is page 8 of 14. In there, you have a listing of different class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up. What are the differences what are the difference with these classes from 1 to whatever? I think it goes up to 8. So what do you guys mean by the differences there by classes? Is it because the vehicles are different, or do we have some sort of luxury vehicles out there that are class 8 or something like that? That I tried to figure that out and read your guys' detailed budget form. And then moving on to page 9 of 14, again under the fleet management and business unit number 812003. In regards to the bottom portion and then into the next page, which is your object code 84610, you have parts and supplies in each of the agency: Chinley, Crown Point, Shiprock, 2x City, Wenderock Body Shop. So is Wenderock and Wenderock Body Shop the same facility? And so those two are sharing the same dollar amount of each of receiving $137,500. So or is it two different facilities that we're looking at? And in regards to each of the agencies receiving the same dollar amount, which is the 137,500, is this the actual estimated cost that is allocated each year for each of the agencies there? Or does it vary for each agency depending on parts and supplies? And so what happens if you do have a leftover balance for these fundings? How do you spend it, or do you just provide it back into the general funds account, revert it back to that account? And what I'm trying to get to is, if you have an ideal idea of how much parts and supplies are, maybe we can use that number instead of using the whole dollar amount of $137,500, and use some of those funds that it would be deducted, depending. Let's say if it's 100,000, then you're saving 37,500, and that 37,000 can be used towards your unmet needs listing. And if you add up the six times 37,000, that's a big number that can also assist you under your unmet needs. I don't know, I've never seen general services budget, especially fleet management, and these are the reasons why I'm asking, what is your actual dollar amount that you guys use for each of these agencies to purchasing these parts and supplies? And I'm corresponding with the information that is attached to this packet, which is your personnel listing. And you do have quite a bit of senior automotive mechanics that are vacant. And so if you start analyzing, if you have all of these vacants as your senior automotive maintenance mechanics, if they're vacant, then how are you going to utilize all of this funding for parts and supplies when your positions are not even filled? So that's my analogy of my understanding of how you provided this budget to us. Are we going to actually spend all of this funding under supplies for each of the agency, and then for the tires and the tubes and the lubricants and all of that? And then the gasoline again. You have, is that 4 million? You have 4 million for gasoline. And so what departments, for which department is this? Is this just for your division, that you utilize $4 million of gasoline fuel just for division, or is this for the overall Navajo Nation departments? And then the same question for diesel. So that's my question pertaining to that. And the next one is going on to the RMD duplication service program, business unit number 812004, and it's page 8 of 9 on budget form 4. And in there, under your object code number 7110, you have programs and you have promotional items, gifts and awards, catering and refreshments. And there's only $1 in each of those items. Can you give us an explanation of why you only have $1 in those line items there? So that will complete my questions for Division of General Service. Again, that completes my question. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Chair Vince James, I'm going to go ahead and move on to Chiaj, Dr. Andy Nez, with his questions.
Thank you, Chima Vice Chair Simonson. Aro again to Shichekuro, Division of General Services, Mr. Dale. So my questions, first and foremost, is regarding the revenues that come in from your respective programs, such as records management and housing, and how does that influence the budget that you bring forth before the Navajo Nation Council, but also as an oversight to HEHSC? And if you have those figures, that would be great. The second question I have, and this is probably to all of our programs as well, is the projected carryover. as we close out the current fiscal year. What are those projected numbers looking like? And then the next question I have, which was partially answered into the presentation that was provided here, being that facilities maintenance did not conduct a research on the facilities to propose a budget figure to maintain the buildings throughout the Navajo Nation. In particular, I know that the Department of Diné Education has been battling with several HVAC systems. I understand that the Fort Defiance food distribution program has also been having some of their challenges, and I've come to learn now today that this is because there was no research that was conducted, which was going back to my initial question on asking Division of General Services why they did not have any funding amount allocated for themselves to be able to conduct not only the research, but to be able to provide assistance to facilities that need that assistance, especially since they provide direct services to our Navajo people. And the next question I have is, just an addition comment to that. I know some programs and organizations don't have it in their plan of operations to be able to provide that for themselves, although some divisions and programs do, so that's how they're able to work with facilities maintenance. And a lot of decrease in repairs and maintenance as well as contractual services throughout the programs and departments as well. I don't know if that's also the cause in having the delay or not having the research done. So if you can just clarify those portions of the decrease in repairs and maintenance as well as contractual services. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Andy Nanchiaj, for those questions. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to you, Mr. Dale, because I know that Chair Vince James had a whole laundry list. So I'm going to go ahead and stop there with the questions and turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shuma. Shunantai. To Shunat Aninda, Kiri Hehadolis. So pretty much all of these is pretty standard questions, except probably the one for records management. I will have her respond to that one herself on the dollar balance if she's here. If not, can I have staff please contact Ms. Slim to be here? However, going back to Honorable George Toth's question here, in regards to insurance and Daltech's always grounding their vehicle, to be honest, there's really no need to do that. Insurance, since 2018, I've made an administrative change when I was there that we give a 30-day leniency period. So from October 1 to October 31st, they're still insured. They just need to get their underwriting exposure summary in. A lot of individuals, program managers, take it upon themselves to say we have no insurance. Head Start hut ende je e kwa ba hon tlago e bin na e o a den net khatin la is kha je e dalnish jo hut ende ishi bin na that ishishno. But there is no prohibition for vehicles to be grounded 10/1 to 10/31. Only after 10/31 do we start sending notices that your insurance has passed due. Auto maintenance repairs the council chambers by us. Within Window Rock, there's about 285 buildings. There's about 285 buildings. Don't sit and chago bend on national habigata. o itil je na hal no e te ya pi ka ha ko na khan na chi a ko ti khojit che ta al ta che e la pai so e ya American with Disabilities Act peso ta na khan da sho ja la 13.6 million da shin e pai so e ya a konde ta to ni shibit to ye we're having issues with all these expenditures, and I might as well answer some of these expenditure questions now, is why at this point do we have a really low expenditure rate? It's because of the fact that the Navajo Nation is not in good standing with a lot of our vendors. We have a hard time paying our bills. We all know, and I don't mean to throw the controller's office under the bus, but we have a hard time getting payments through. So a lot of our vendors, in particular this summer, we noticed that our HVAC units are starting to break down. The one vendor that's willing to work with us doesn't want to answer our phone calls no more because we owe them over $300,000. So they just said, no more Navajo Nation, no more. Unless you have a credit card or unless you have a cash right here, we'll work with you. But you owe us still this much money. So we're having to go further out to Albuquerque, to Phoenix, and to bring a technician from that far, they add on their travel time, they add on additional expenses. So what we could have done with 10 million on 25 HVAC units, we can only address maybe 4 HVAC units now. So it's come to that point, is we're not paying our bills on time. That's the biggest issue. That goes with a lot of our balances. Facility maintenance, you see a low expenditure rate. We got one vendor to respond to an RFP for our cooling system. And that is beyond our expenditures or what we have budgeted. So we have to re-advertise that one. Our ADA projects, our handicap accessibility, we have 13.67 million sitting there, but again, nobody wants to work for the Navajo Nation. So we barely got a vendor, Rabbit Point Ventures, 2 projects about that. But again, they were hesitant. So we're trying to piecemeal a lot of those bigger projects we had just because nobody really wants to work. The same with employee housing. Their expenditures are low because, again, our credit is pretty bad. Not just interest at that point. Fleet vehicles, we had 76 units. They're all sold because we're busy trying to draw down monies. The same with employee housing. We have appliance upgrades, kitchen, stoves, refrigerator, furnaces, expenditures, so our money is not green, it's kind of black and tarnished and yellow at times. So that's one of the biggest problems we're facing. So that answers a couple of the questions there. Moving down to Shiche, Dr. Nez, Honorable Dr. Nez here, Honorable James Shanale. OMB's report, again, that kind of highlights why we're, and not to make excuses, but it's just the realities we're in. Nobody wants to buy, or nobody wants our money. We pay really slow. The other questions here, the overall amendments. So the amendments to the business units that were discussed after in the proprietary accounts. So proprietary accounts, for those that don't know, is actually and I like to explain it this way, is a line of credit. The Navajo Nation extends a line of credit to proprietary accounts, and former Speaker Damon could probably enlighten us on that. is that proprietary accounts generate their own revenue. It's like a line of credit they receive. So to transfer out of a proprietary account is pretty difficult to, or impossible to do, only because that's estimated revenue to be generated by that business unit. So with fleet management, that is a proprietary account. As with every program under the proprietary business unit numbers, insurance, records management, those are all proprietary accounts. Air transportation, because we charge for our services. The employee housing, again, you're absolutely right, Shanant, Honorable James. The more vacant units we have, the less we're able to generate revenue, the less we're able to expend monies. So we did pose a question, and we were thinking outside of the box here. How do we increase revenue? How do we increase the living condition of our employees occupying employee housing? Because what we get, the $1 million, is pretty low in the number of housing units. Materials increase, supply and demand, the supply chain issue, those are problematic for us. And then employees, we're certifying employees, yet they're leaving for higher paying jobs. So that's why you see a high vacancy list. But in employee housing, we do have ideas and thinking outside the box, and we're waiting on DOJ's response in, can a program obtain a Section 184 skilled worker loan, which would help increase our housing stock, which would upgrade our housing units to newer livable ones? Currently, there are 4 condemned housing units, which is probably what you see here in Window Rock, only because of the foundation settling and other structural issues that are with that, which means we lose out on about $10,000 per housing unit for that year once those houses are down. So we are looking at other opportunities. And you're right, the vacancy does play a big component into that. So under this year's current budget with employee housing, we do have an RFP out for replacing the furnaces, the refrigerator, the stoves. As mentioned before, though, we don't have bidders running and lining up outside our door, only because we take forever to pay. Under general services, the question about the personnel, I'm not sure if I misstated myself on the $500,000 personnel. My apologies, but the personnel amount is not $500,000. It's only 300, and let me see here. Personnel amounts last year was 480,000 or 460,526. This and it increased by $11,868 to $472,394. So that's the actual amounts for the personnel. If I mentioned 500,000, my apologies in the personnel, but that is where we're at. And it may have been that the positions were at 5, and this year we're at 5. So 5 personnel last year, 5 personnel this year. That may have been where the misunderstanding was. We are working with divisions, and my approach to a lot of the programs that have deficits or that have cut their funding short is that we are all a division, and we can start helping one another with supplies, with materials, and which is what we've been doing this year. Records management has been without a vehicle, so general services provide a vehicle for 4 months, and then facility maintenance finally stepped forward and then rented a vehicle from fleet management and provided an additional vehicle for the remainder of the year. In return, or in other assistance areas, employee housing was also short of vehicles, so facility maintenance offered again one of their vehicles. So interdepartmentally, we're beginning to help one another and not just say, you're from a different program and you're from a different program. So we're thinking outside the box and helping each other work collectively and addressing our budget shortfalls, but we're not going to just lay there. We're going to help each other out as a division. We're not going to really stress over that is our approach. In fleet, it is a proprietary account. Again, and I'm sure Legislative Council and DOJ can verify that those are proprietary accounts. They do generate their revenue. But in moving forward on the bonuses, I agree. The bonuses are there for their staff if they need them. And usually, I would also recommend a step increase. And I would leave that answer to Fleet to respond on why they felt that the $300 bonus was sufficient for their employees for that time being, because I would, again, support and favor more of a step increase. However, step increases or general wage adjustments for proprietary accounts, really we rob Peter to pay Paul, because no allocation comes from the personnel lapse fund for proprietary accounts. Proprietary accounts have to find that money internally from their operations to cover any wage adjustment that happens. So last year's wage adjustment, proprietary accounts had to move monies around from their operations just to supplement the general wage adjustment that was approved. As far as the vehicle listing, the vehicle class in your BIM, it does have a vehicle classification from Fleet. You have a regular passenger 4-door sedan. You have an SUV, which is a different class. You have a pickup truck, a single cab pickup truck, half-ton. That's a different vehicle class. And you have a full-size suburban SUV with another vehicle class. You have wreckers that are different vehicle classes. So that's where the classifications come in, I should say, Honorable James. So we don't have a Mercedes or a Cadillac yet, so those aren't far-fetched, but they run just about the same as a regular standard Ford Pinto if they still had them. Let's see here. The service center, the allocation, to be honest, the balances, the service center, the breakdown, that is actually the bare bones minimum. There are times, multiple times, we exceed those allocations, and then as you start coming toward the end of the fiscal year, we just start not providing windshield washer fluid or windshield wiper replacement, or we're taking parts from parked vehicles just to replace your windshield wipers. Because to be honest, the allocations that we have, the 137,000, is it enough? We all know you run to Walmart, which is supposed to be the cheapest, windshield washer fluid's $4 a gallon. And if you have a whole fleet of vehicles, that gets pretty expensive. Windshield wiper fluid is the same way. Oil products have gone up, so lubricants, greases, those have all gone up as well. So that really we run into a deficit. And then any remaining balance in your proprietary accounts, they generally roll over into your proprietary fund balance accounts. So if Fleet generates more revenue for this year, those surplus monies are put into the Fleet fund balance. If there's a deficit that they don't generate enough revenue, then it pulls from the fund balance to replace those deficits. That way you're not going into a negative in the upcoming fiscal year. Continue on with records. Like I mentioned, Miss Marlene Slim would be best suited to answer why she has $1 in those business unit items. Dr. Nez, the first question, I really didn't get that question, but I hope I can answer with the following two questions. The projected carryover, our hopes is to expend all of our fund balances. As I mentioned before, we've landed some contracts. We've got some vendors on the fishing line. So hopefully we can expend some of those monies right away, and we are on a fast track to get those monies. And it's not just spending, buying on promotional items, it's actually useful things like HVAC systems. It's actually repairing, especially here, this is gonna cost us $50,000 just to get a technician to look at HVAC here. So we do have a vendor who's willing to look at that. Over at the President's office, same way, Land Department in Shiprock and Fort Defiance is also another place that you've mentioned, the food distribution. Those have become our priority. It's just getting the vendor here with those items. So we're looking at getting our expenditures here within the next couple weeks. We've got 7 contracts that are ready for President's signature. So those balances you'll be able to see once we encumber those balances down. And facility maintenance, you mentioned that they conducted an inventory or an assessment. That is one of the things they currently have out on an RFP that nobody is responding to. So we're looking for that, and that's the approach we took. We have an analytical approach to facilities management, but no one is willing to submit a proposal. So we're diligently working on those items. The other one, and I think that answers all the questions that we've had, except for the one on records management. So that's the only one I'll defer to records management on. I don't know if Marlene may be on the line, Marlene Slim.
Okay, thank you for the response to the questions and comments, Shanelle. Thank you very much. So with that, committee members, any comments, questions? Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Oh, thank you, Chair Vince James, for giving me the time. And I also would like to apologize for my late arrival. I know some of the divisions and programs were here as indicated at 9 a.m. and you waited for a quorum, so my apologies. I have a couple of just maybe just thinking out loud kind of questions or ideas here, and as we taking the seat in council this past few months and hearing about our decline in revenue and how, and as things start to cost of things start to increase, it really is a time to really start thinking innovatively, and I think it really requires us to bring our heads together. And I just feel like, this is really a time when, and sitting on council, because, and it gets us to where gets us really desperate for revenue. And we start to grab at things that, even though, it may not be the most, healthy for particularly our environment, we start grasping at things that we need to turn a quick buck on. And so, and really, not looking at the complications and the consequences of such activities. And so I look at, and I'm listening to you here, and I'm sitting here thinking, what could the worst be if we could just get credit cards and make payments to people? I mean, I don't know. I'm like, can we just do that and pay these vendors and get them paid so we can, continue our operations? And what kind of trouble would one get into? And is anybody willing to take that risk, And so, and just hearing about all the issues that are out there because we're not getting our vendors paid. And really, that speaks to our credibility as a nation when one of the largest tribes in the U.S. is not able to pay a bill. What does that say about us? And that's really unfortunate. So as I'm sitting here thinking, I'm thinking, I'm really embracing this idea of the blue ocean strategy. I've been reading the book lately about how do you really start to look at things beyond, what really looking out beyond the box, so we'll take for example, your fleet management department. You are basically, you're already set up, basically you have sort of, so you basically have an auto shop is what you have. You have an auto shop. And if you were to look at bringing in your own revenues instead of looking, to the nation for the revenues, what would that look like? And I'm just thinking real, outside the box here. If you're already set up, you have the auto body, you have the shop already, you have everything that you need to almost basically run an actual shop where you charge customers. So this is just from my thinking that I don't know how busy you are already just servicing our vehicles already, but could there be opportunity, maybe opening it on weekends when it's maybe, I don't know if people work on weekends, but say, could you open it on weekends just for basic oil change to customers? And you already have, your waste probably processed. You already have your commercial insurance liabilities for running such a shop. You already have all those in place. I mean, everything you need is there. I hope that you're getting your oil and oil change supplies at a commercial, price, sort of a wholesale price. I'm thinking you do, and because you buy in bulk, which I hope you do, and it's delivered to you. Could you open on weekends? It's just to do basic oil changes. I mean, it's not a lot of risk. You're just changing oil and charge, customers for that. Certainly you would be in competition with local shops, but really, how many do we even have? We don't have a lot of, oil changing places. Everybody runs into Gallup. So if you had that here, if you could stop customers here, that would, start bringing in, some money, and that's just one thought I have. The second thought I have about your employee housing here, and I'm going to treat it like rental properties. I'm going to call them rental properties. Could that be maybe contracted out to somebody who is in the business of renting out and being running those businesses? I know I have a friend in Phoenix who does such things, and she's Navajo, and she's from Kayenta area. She has rental properties all over the valley. So could be a possibility. Could we give that opportunity to a business and have them run that? Because then they would be able to do the upgrades. They'd be able to, it'd be quick turnaround time. And assuming they do a good job running the business, they'd be able to maintain the facilities and, all of the landscaping as my brother here, Vince James, has talked about. So, could that be a possibility? Can we, how do we get that to happen? So those are two questions. And my third one and this is going to be a question that I ask for kind of every division and program that comes through here is, what was your process like? And I'm sorry, maybe you talked about it at the beginning when you first came and I wasn't here, but what is what process? What do you go, what were the steps you took in deciding what your budget should look like? Did you decide like, okay, what is sort of, where's the fat that I need to trim? Did you go through sort of, can you explain kind of what process you went through in, formulating your budget? I'm certain you looked at previous years and all those good things. So that would be my third question. Mr.
Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson for those questions and comments. With that, I do have a lineup, which is Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Questions, no comments. Binia Nanaho Jistole, Shade Ado Bekedo, Honorable George Tolstole. She's not. Sister.
Oh, good morning. Thank you, Gisela, and thank you for giving me the floor, and Ato and Mr. Dale, though in your program. Mine, I know coming off the field, I know what you mean, because it is when you're out there in the field, it is like that. Ato and the budget na show. When I was out in the field, we were told to expend like 25% a quarter. And when we don't do that, we were really, they really were on our case for that. So just looking at this, the percentage of how much you expended out total, right here, 36.78, that's really, it's like you're just sitting on the money, honey. So, but it's just that you're saying that you're using some again. So hopefully we need to start really working on those and bringing it down for the next fiscal year. And another thing is that a lot of vacancies. You have a lot of vacancies here. In one department you have 14, and then in another department you have 13. So how are you working on filling all those vacancies? Because it's hurting your budget too. So back to you, Chair.
I had Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Nana questions not asked. Honorable George Toll.
Anyway, kia nanu kodo hanatis Stevenson arol tsunadel kida. Oh, you but the holly le called it in the chapter. Anyway, Mr. Dale, auto budget she. I hope you include all your staff to do this budget, not only one person. So that's the only way. If you ask them to put this budget together, and some plans might be good, but the other concern that was brought up is why you have a lot of money out of decrease in Ninigi. The other one, as you know, all through the Navajo Nation, we have a lot of vacancy mechanic. Like for instance, Eastern Agency, I just met with them. There's a lot of vacancy. The problem with this is hiring procedure. It goes all the way up here. Do you have a plan to give this responsibility back to the agency doing the hiring instead of winter out making the decision for you? We've been asking the program, plans such as background. Ako mechanic bit da hoye auto inta 8 onas and travel vehicles, especially police cars and also ambulance, and also the senior center van onas because of the mechanic not available down no. I think the better way to solve some of these issues is to reestablish these hiring procedure at the local level. Those are the people have have the expertise instead of up here, because we have appointees that are not qualified to hold these positions. The other one is I see around here when I come in, there's a lot of travel vehicle parked here and there. Ako dos kaya pahan tada haikitat at inazonda agency goda. Ako that is there in your plan how are you going to resolve this issue? Chukayat ea. So are you looking for land so we can park all these travel vehicles? If you work for IHS or BIA, they have an area where they all park in one area. Akot ye alkanaja. Ye yad anli huwanota sanaz. Ako hotan breaking datly nako edilto. Although I noticed that in Crampot there was an old travel vehicle that was supposed to be on sale to the public. Onas on sigita has nalanle Eastern Jenico. A fleet management a combiga onas. Auto trailer travel trailer da nas on sita yikita hat income that's assessed atla. A conscience yahai hit banan trato hashit hasht adili chokon peso name key the cop. Ato Sadat, I've seen this with my two own eyes. I've been with the Navajo Nation for a long time. Towards the end, director that on Lenigitawashi furniture done the year. To peso carry over Holanda at the end the hand the Hashi PO had the yin. Ido be data sotki chokhala hai peso open na can do what account or yum peso late call a man needs not that knowing kid so it can be put back in there so you don't have your shortfall is to have under this kill don't ask law did he runs any Obayas and the con lati Sikanan Handa Kaha and the Daho Echo Cloda. Are you city a hajala? Ado conda leginda candid odo to just at the home outside the area con a leb. Is she added that's either private contractor that's either. O contas jo ba lest at this oberhandlan hallen quaid hai that's in the heart in la that's a kuja let's lead branch that hot bani kaeko in havansin kisto listo jo any plans any hot ban now con staffy dan so e khudnan den klingle ako ya ko ye hoket nazin a level each needed le ako ya she hutno yestkila employees very important. If you don't have these employees out of promotion recognition on them Jupik Eda Hone the Yinil Bana state I've been getting calls every other day. I let evaluation ki sha'aliya niroba or sha'aliya how can I fight the system that know that sahoy at will liki yen that lesa ho to but nini that net or that is iriana kreko Why can't you give them a chance to improve? 90 days probation e pasala. What aga e not ani chilling leko. It e yashin swazn after shenanigito. Kodin hitatin hekash and out lobich hat otse. Bajo pai eta neko lahao. Hatashi ta destination ko. Apikinda piyati isho e chabiati the ashisha no. I've been here with Navajo Nation 20 years. Da know that. Bajo pai da neko the quishin da no shin kita natalo not ani ni tlenigi. Ako what are ebinch at this Mr. Dale do compachiki do jo das ino apis abaha no sundon hit baus indeed and hot igi OOC. Ato ito ishi abik in cast at the lit achit ahota credit card da konta holno ida da egi patra ni hoshin zone da ilia shin hitanet lido lis ani hodane. Even when I was a chapter president, we tried to get some local nearby border town vendors on hidon da yoslida. Da no kodon hidanet lida ko without on his nasa. Ede bench had this zitona head or lehon sorry. Thank you.
I had Honorable Don Toth. With that, Shinale, Division Director Mr. Dale Kwaigishi, Nanad Dishaat, you had questions that came from Vice Chair Simonson, and then Honorable Helena Nesbigay and Honorable George Toth. So the floor is yours for response, Shinale.
Thank you, Shanant. Honorable James. Ado Shamana Adin Kiriyat Ishima, Honorable Simonson Yat Eu. Di ko a Ben Dado Kirishi ko nat ayan hitch hati sinle ko do saha case do ashlahagit aun soho koso a adla abana al dehin lidodli. So hot ayan hidot out aban C case beginning to look at an innovative approach. Being a tribal employee for the past 17 years, I've realized that we're not getting revenue. We have to become innovative. So with that, I've brought that into this position. Innovation is a big point of mine with my managers. And I don't really like to say my managers, but my colleagues, so innovation is always at the forefront. And I was really hoping this year being aggressive was to implement those changes. It's just timing is just not there. So upcoming fiscal year, you'll see a lot of these changes you're recommending, and those are exactly some of the ideas we're starting to present. The auto body shop, opening up to the public and allowing public oil change. Grandma and grandpa would rather have an oil change done here than being ripped off in Gallup. I hate to say it, but they do take him in Gallup for a lot of the services they provide. Same with employee housing. How can we get creative if our employees do not want to work here because our wages are low? Why don't we take that lump sum and then pay a housing management company to manage our homes? The same with facilities management. Are we able to hire a facility management company to manage our facilities for us? I mean, we're getting to that point is because our revenue is dwindling and we know what our fringe rates are. They're pretty extravagant. So if we're able to reallocate our financial resources and get more bang for the buck, then that's one of the approaches. The other approach that we're looking at, and this is really going to need the help of full council and across the street at President's office, is consolidating our office buildings. We have over 200 office buildings scattered here in Window Rock alone. So that means you have 200 utility payments, you have 200 water payments, you have 200 personnel to clean each one. But if we're able to consolidate all these buildings into one bigger structure where everybody's housed there, then you'd have just one utility payment. You have one water payment, you have one wastewater system, then you maybe have 5. as opposed to 200 people, kind of stretch them out far and thin. So those are some of the approaches we're looking at doing and getting innovative with the budget that we have without asking for a whole lot more money. So that's one of the approaches we're taking in what we're doing here. The other is the employee housing, getting housing management company within NTU, the landscaping aspect. Right now, those that kon hash at hasinit oya, but the kana na nzozam, hakwishina khayata a contract linigi panil sos. Asha naki naha a hash at a host into lit, but don't need a base of eight net. A at kudin handadness. I do believe this is the last year of that contract. So we have one more service toward the fall that there'll be landscaping for us, but that was through, I think it was through ARPA monies that was there. Through a separate funding contract. And then I did explain the budgeting process prior to starting our budgeting process, and I do have managers here that can attest to that, is I've been bringing them together, and the focal point of those budget was their expenditures. You have money to work, why are you not working? Plain and simple. How can I help you guys spend that money for its purpose? Not buying promotional items, not going on trips, but using that money wisely for renovations, for repairs and maintenance. And we dwindle it down and we carved it out into masaya. Net dat ahlago net what iti ba yashtigia aha don da ilya ekit the diego nan hintla ente alhineka controller bito P card purchasing contracts alhineka to ya bek in da it adoban ne khagot eho ashi bik eho jisto est eda di linchi ajigo has anigi hot so atla nast to bonachigo ko tlaho ahatas enda isya shon hits eda das lo. So we're able to bring a few of our vendors back that way. So I do involve everybody. Everybody did their own budget. Each program did their own budget with their own accounting team. And I asked for their budget 3 weeks ago. Use the old budget form. Here's the BIM numbers. Here's your fringe rates. They started working on it. Use the BIM that's in the legislation. So as far as that involvement, expenditures, yes, Oshima, Honorable Delegate Begay, expenditures contracts that's needs niti nil bikedat ejnestolil ako eshik adeya late set najus nel onat anibji ikha idolilgo yen late bataha as it nada alte so ada hobich doji khashishi bichida adal lo kon hit ditaha na khaytoji edeya hot auto vacancies eight the yego ben hitch in the has to laan in dahil yeda the nanakhan dal nishi it then now ahuya hosil kido ben hitch in the has to kodo la that nish bikehoti nito idahol certified abdil ihona nishgi la le the nahotlo the na ki khani launda ilyela kodoshonal sos khazlin khaisha ajgo tasha koji adon yata nahalon ya yata. So we lose a lot of people. Our custodians here, oh boy, baby bain, so kids make about $11 an hour. Custodians over here at McDonald's, right next to Bash's, $14 an hour. So they get more money working there, so they go to those places like that. We're losing it. We're losing those employees. So those are some of the things we're challenged with. DPM na khastari in dol nil ado ko adla kon heliao jon do lil tazilla khait aw yadal blah nar dot ahla jo hot agi elo ya yadal ti ado lede shiche ya yal ti agi lo da hot edo ban site kis kha ish benai ko de tsara hot zande da nenda yilla lady agency office de betlahas ani ko keda hat ini belbata hozn ko da bagani belbata hozn nar nishid nel nada tseto ko nait khaga bel ahozn aad oko khaniti ab aad ya hire da alla ni ko de eona niltla nal sos ade na chi ko de ya I jito na nasnel na kido moda na atleton da ko ishi banaho na he ai hona algo na see you're 2-3 months in, which contributes to our vacancy. But if we're able to do it right then and there, then we can have our employee turnaround hiring done right away. So that is part of our strategic plan. Under Division of General Services, we're getting creative. Timesheet, electronic timesheet division, we should be fully implemented by the upcoming fiscal year for electronic timesheet. So we're really taking advantage of these opportunities that are coming up. Unmet needs 14,000. Kodo Shumaya Sataki Ajibata Inisha Records Management. Adishtana 3 years, 2 years. Chida Puppets Abi Hatzo, Beso Abo Opa Aliago. So they had to chop out their vehicle during COVID at Beso Lenigar Arababi not Nilla Oko Oho Tada Aljid. Khayla chide nakhato ahla khayla kon hito yehla no kwa pa facility maintenance chide ya des ajin khan dal basaltse aro an hilo division no chide ya jabada sit ado aj mail yen hitrati jaw hol jish digi kona pa bi is chide khan dol pas an hibik enda yel yelo chide betro hinda hi khaw shibiga na ye hoda no ako chide ya hot a larger babi is sonle ado kodo lo na attack hitna the budget be is sogi 7,000 series go na $1 ta so na shi kodo abiya dodli Chanel Honorable James kodo we have our records management department manager or program manager Ashipe ato othi letegi da konde.
Yat Ms. Lim, you have to take your oath. You have to sign the grazing permit away. Oh, this. Okay, you ready? You you may stand. And the oath is go ahead and raise your right hand. And I swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Okay, with that, thank you, Ms. Lim. Thank you for joining us. The questions was shared with you by Division Director Mr. Dell. So with that, I will give you the floor to respond to those questions and comments that were made.
Good afternoon, HEHSC committee members and Honorable Vincent James, Chairperson. I'm here to answer the question regarding the duplicating services budget, the budget unit number 812004, where we budgeted $1 for the promotional gifts and awards and catering and refreshments. And I believe the question was why the $1 was budgeted for those object codes. I've been with records management for about approximately 2 years now. Previously, this past FY and last FY, I only budgeted $1 also during these times. But prior to that, there were promotional items, gifts and awards, and catering and refreshments. However, during the the budget season and the processing from last FY and then this current FY, I just left $1 budgeted for each of these object codes. And again, promotional items is just for the promotional items for the duplicating services. And we provide copying and printing for the departments and programs, and it's just to advertise our services of what we have there with the duplicating services program. The gifts and awards we didn't use last FY or last FY and then the current year. Same goes for catering and refreshments. That's what I have for the question for the duplicating services program. However, I understand that was questions for records management, and I'm not sure if someone can probably reiterate the question. I'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lim, for that response in regards to the question. Now for the other question, I'll go ahead and give the floor back to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez to repeat the questions so you can respond back to Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Dr. Nez?
Chair Aro Ms. Lim, thank you for joining us. The question I had posed earlier was on the revenues. Understandably, that the Division of General Services has records management, housing, fleet management, because other programs also put into their budget to use tribal vehicles. So as far as the revenue that is generated for each of the respective programs within DGS, what does that amount come out to annually, even just a projected amount or an estimate? And how does that also fit into the process that DGS does when conducting and preparing their budgets to share before HES as well as council? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Dr. Nez. With that, I'll go ahead and give the floor back to you, Ms. Lim.
Okay. For the revenue that is generated, the only program that we have for revenue generation is the duplicating services program. And that was what I presented on the questions that was raised. But the records management program is general funds, and these are funds that are allocated by our division. Honorable Andy Nez.
Okay, thank you with that. So that does complete your response here for the Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Committee members, are there any other questions? Okay. Shanella, did you have a response back? Honorable Shauna Vendel?
Thank you, Shanella, Honorable Vince James, Delegate. Otto, to add on to Shomayeja's response here to Shache, Honorable Dr. Nez. So proprietary funds, with the insurance programs, they have an actuary study that kind of anticipates the losses and the revenues generated year over year. So they'll look at the revenues that were generated from the past year and do an estimate for the upcoming year, which is what the budgets are. The same with the records management, your employee housing. They'll look at how much money was made last year and the year before, take an average of that, and that's the revenue projection they do to OOC for the upcoming year. That's how the proprietary fund revenue projections are established.
Thank you for the response. Committee members, are there any other questions, comment pertaining to legislation number 0162-23? Committee members going twice for question, comments. Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Now that can I also respond in Mr. Dale, which is travel vehicle part here and there. Also, you have any plans to get a land site? Also, travel vehicle that are for sale just parked there at Eastern Fleet Management. Ina can illicit avant. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Toth with that response. Shanella, Mr. Dale.
Thank you, Shanant I. Honorable James. My apologies, Shanant I. Shiche, Honorable Toth. Tribal vehicle parking. It's the Yego Benich in the Hazti. Adley Admin 1, though Admin 2, or you onaz. Kodo Shama, Honorable Simon Sinyayat Eat Al. Thinking outside the box. We're going to be doing an internal assessment this year with fleet management on the viability and actual needs of tribal vehicles. Every year you see in the budget, people have tribal vehicles budgeted in there, which is a cost center, right? You have to pay something to manage those vehicles. If we get away from departments renting and just leaving them out there, because they're paying rent on it for nothing, really. If we can get away from that and using as an as-needed basis, like a rental car company, bring an ICR and take a vehicle, that's the approach we're looking at, which would solve the vehicle issue. All these vehicles just parked out there, yeah. Could you use a body shop? A fleet ligi parts ligi bitaw ye not the back order sa atalya sa ya pa parts ato andal neta sa ya pelagana o yun dahis ni on hinihich na hato ni hapa o ni vendors ako ligi yonan not chito ona senior center vans, police vehicles. We're still having problem with parts, and then just the purchasing of parts you have to do in a contract. Yeah, you have to go to a vendor to pick up your credit card. You pick up your credit card, you can go online and get your part shipped to you right away. And the Hijigo P card won't allow us to do that, so it makes things difficult. So we're still working that out. But large space, we are looking right now. There's not very many space here in Window Rock. Fort Defiance, Shinde, Sa Kea Abanit Nas and the Ne'achain that is so there's litigation happening on some of those properties. So we're really landlocked unless we start taking buildings down that are vacated, but we come across asbestos and lead paint issues. So we're slowly navigating our way through it. What are some options? Do we find a separate lot, or do we start consolidating as an as-needed rental service? Auto surplus vehicle. Fleet Service Center. Once we decommission a vehicle, a property the property management then go the bandahani nte na zon be ato panta I ni ho o le do o na o se do la sa ta I ta ha ne to ne o ya ta ni I o na ze. So that's really, we're working with property management and fleet management. Within the next year, we're hoping to get online auction service so people can bid on those vehicles as soon as we just decommission them. They bid on it, and once they secure their payment, they can take those vehicles. So, we're looking at doing that. There's probably over 200 vehicles that are decommissioned, waiting for auction. Our disposition policy with controllers' offices, pretty detailed. So
Yeah, thank you. Might as well just donate 2 vehicles to each chapter. Get it out of the way. There's 110 chapters out there. Thank you for the response. Committee members, are there any other questions? Committee members, are there any other questions? Going 2 times for legislation number 0162-23. Motion made by Honorable Helena Naz-Begay, second by Honorable George Toth. There's no other questions. We'll go ahead and call for the second reading. And we'll go ahead and vote on the main motion after the second reading of the substitute motion amendment that was made. Shimon, Ms. Benali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have your amendment for the Division of General Services. Amendment 1 is to add the revised new exhibits A, B, C, D, and E. The motion was provided by Delegate Dr. Andy Nez and second by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. The vote was 4-0, and there's one unexcused absence, and the chair not voting. Mr. Chair.
Shimon, Ms. Benali, our legislative advisor for that. So with that, I will go ahead and call for the vote for legislation number 0162-23. Motion made by Honorable Helena Naz-Begay, second by Honorable George Toth. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote? Honorable George Toth. Honorable Helena Naz-Begay. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. With that, we have 4 in favor, chair not voting, and 1 committee member, Honorable Curtis Sinito, unexcused. With that, legislation numbers 0162-23 passes, and it just goes to Health, Education, and Human Service Committee. So with that, congratulations, Division of General Service, for all that information, and thank you for the great binder that you and your team have provided and prepared for the 25th Navajo Nation Health, Education, Human Service Committee. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. You are hereby excused. So now you get to go to lunch. So that's how we operate. So, how on it? Oh, you have budget on it. Jonathan, I'm just going by this. Okay. Right, so with that, that does complete item number A under new business. Moving on to item number B, legislation number 0175-23. And we'll go ahead and have our legislative advisor, Shimon Ms. Benali, read it into the record. Mr. Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have your next legislation B, which is legislation number 0175-23. It's a proposed standing committee resolution, 25th Nomination Council, first year 2023, introduced by Delegate Vince R. James and co-sponsored by Delegate Dr. Andy Nez. Tracking number is 0175-23. An action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Social Services and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. The legislation has been referred to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and is available for action on August 8, 2023. The legislation has been read into record. The legislation includes Exhibit B, which is the fund type budget summary. Also, Exhibit A is the fund type budget summary. And it does indicate some information like business unit number, program title, and the proposed general fund budget, along with the proprietary indirect costs and the totals. Exhibit B is the general fund comparative summary. And there you have the business unit number and the program title and the general fund budget. Exhibit C is the recommended changes to the general fund budget, which has the business unit number, the program titles, and there's no information other than that indicated. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. And there you have the business unit number, the program titles, and next column is to indicate any conditions of appropriations or legislative concerns by the committee. Exhibit E is a recommended unmet needs budget. You have again your business unit number, program title, amount of unmet needs, and explanation. And here you have the business unit number 117001, Office of the Executive Director for 500, unmet need is 500,000. And it's indicated the explanation is the Dene Action Plan was approved on 9/30/21 by resolution number CS-21-21 unfunded. And it indicates that the plan is intended to address domestic violence, substance use, suicide, human trafficking, and missing or murdered Indigenous people. And business unit number 117008, school clothing program. The request is for $3 million. The school clothing program provides financial benefits for school-age Navajo children to purchase clothes and supplies for their choice to promote school attendance, encourage academic performance, and support self-confidence. FY23, over 20,000 applications, and we were unable to serve all students. Additional funds requested to serve 15,000 students at $200 per student. And you have your, also attaches the transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the legislation has gone through the 5-day comment period, which began August 2nd, 2023, and completed the 5-day comment period on August 7th, 2023, and no comments were received. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Legislative Advisor Ms. Benali, for reading that into the record. With that, that legislation number 0175-23 was read into the records. Committee members are calling for a motion. Do I have a motion? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, and second by Honorable Helena Nez Begay. With that, I will go ahead and provide some time to Office of Management and Budget, and go ahead and go over your PowerPoint slide. We do have the hard copy here before us as HEHSC committee members.
Is this one?
Do you guys have yours? It's this packet here. It says Honorable George Toll does not have a copy of the OMB report for Division of Social Service.
I believe Vice Chair has hers, Honorable Helena Nesby Gay has hers, and Honorable Dr. Nez has his, and I have mine here. So with that, the floor is yours, OMB.
Good afternoon, Chair Chiaz Yati, other members of the board, good afternoon. Eileen Nez in Shiedo, my new title. I recently started working with OMB a couple of weeks ago. So my new title is Senior Budget Analyst. And I'm here to go ahead and read what's in the exhibit for Division of Social Services. That's the cover sheet, and it includes a table of content. And the first one, it has A would cover the FY24 fund type budget summary. B would have FY23 third quarter budget expenditure report. And then C is the FY23 third quarter performance assessment report. D is FY23 third quarter plans of operations status report. And then E is FY23 conditions of appropriation legislative concern report. And then F is FY2023 external funds expenditure report. The last one, G, FY 2021 single audit report. So under the A, the budget summary, it includes the listing of programs with their business units, how much they were allocated in FY 23, $4,623,055, and the proposed amount for FY 23 general funds is $4,240,377. Indirect cost is $290,560. Proprietary fund is $46,000. Fiduciary is $0. Special revenue fund internal is $0, and then special revenue fund external is $0. So the grand total is $4,576,937. And then under B, the third quarter budget status report, it includes the all of their programs of their expenses, the balance to date, and year to date expenditure percentage. That's all, it has all of it. And then on C, the third quarter performance assessment. The next three will be read off by the individual that's sitting by me here, Rhonda. The C, D, and E.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Rhonda. I'm the Principal Program Analyst with the Management and Policy section of OMB. Under the tab C is your FY 2023 third quarter performance assessment report. You will see the 6 business units for this division. The business units are all listed. The program names for the first quarter, the program average was 3.52. Second quarter was 3.68, and third quarter was 3.69. And you will note the scoring system that's listed. Beginning from 0, that's no report. 1 is unsatisfactory. 2 is needs improvement. 3 is meets expectation, and you will note that the program is meeting that criteria. 4 exceeds expectation. 5 is outstanding. Under tab D is your FY 2023 third quarter plans of operation status report. For this division, their plan of operation was last amended in 2020, so it is current. Under tab E is your FY 2023 conditions of appropriation and your legislative concern report. For this division, they have 3 legislative concerns, and the legislative concerns are listed with the business unit, the due date when the LCs were supposed to be completed, and as of third quarter response, we have received response from all three of them. And the status is in the last column.
Okay. And then the last one, the external fund expenditure reports. This is all the expenditure reports, active, external, restricted funds for Division of Social Services. And it begins with column A to N. The column A is the index, and then the column B is the company number assigned to grant award. The column C is for contract ID, grant number assigned to grant award by funding agency. Column D is the start, beginning date of the budget period on grant award. Column E is the end date of budget period on grant award. And then column F is business unit, FMIS number assigned to budget on grant award. Column G, description, title of the grant award. Column H, original budget, initial grant award. Column I, revised budget, year-to-date award, original and modification, additions or adjustment. Column J, expenditure, actual amount post as a report date. Column K, open commitment, obligation and encumbrance as a report date. Column L, available balance, budget remaining for contract period. And then column M is the percentage spent, percentage of budget expend. And then column N, percentage balance of remaining per contract to date. And then on the way at the end, under column H, the original budget balance allocated was $525,459,568.71. And then the revised budget is $658,345,087.71. And then the amount that was expended was $312,127,000. Excuse me, let me reread that. $312,127,297.72. The open commitment is $18,887,588.76. Available balance, $327,330,201.23. And then percentage spent is 50%, and percentage balance is 50% too. And then the last one, the G's, is the single audit report. These are the three appropriations of conditions. Is that how I said? What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. This is the single audit report. And there lists 3 on there, and that's for your review. Thank you. This completes the exhibit report.
现在什么都要对什么？现在那那是因为是到是那是那的。I always see you at Education, Dodi, Department of the Net Education. Congratulations on your promotion and moving over to OMB. So yeah, good to see you. So with that, that does complete the fiscal year 2024 budget hearing, Division of Social Service, Now Foundation OMB report. And so with that, we do have a motion on the floor made by Honorable Dr. Nez and second by Honorable Helena Nez-Begay. Committee members, do you have any questions regarding to the Division of Social Service? With that, I will go ahead and move forward. We do have some questions and comments by committee members. And so with that, I will go ahead and move forward with the oath. So, Mr. Division Director Thomas Cody, I don't know if it's just you two here or if there's other staff. If there is, if we can have all of you stand, staff in the gallery, if you're here, if you may stand where you're sitting and raise your right hand and take the oath. I believe there is, how many staff here? 2, 4, 6. Okay. So there's 10 of you here, right? There's 10 of you guys that are taking oath. So with that, make sure you raise your right hand. I swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Yes, I do. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, for taking oath. So with that, I will go ahead and move forward on to legislation number 0175-23. We do have the binder here before us. It is a very thin binder with $318 million sitting there. Somehow, Division of General Service has a real thick binder. How did you guys end up with a really thin binder? A thick, thin packet. So with that, we do have our binders, right? Committee members, do you guys have all your binders? Dee Vice Chair, do you have your binder? Okay. Honorable Helena Nasbigay? George Toth, I believe, she's looking at it as well, and then I saw the Honorable Dr. Nez have that. So we do have the binder here before us. So with that, Division Director, Mr. Cody, I will give you some time, and then also, if you want to, however you want to introduce your staff, if you're going to introduce them or if they're going to individually introduce themselves on the gallery, I will leave that up to you. There is no time limit on your presentation, so if you want to talk until midnight, that is perfectly fine. If you want to do that presentation on behalf of Division of Social Service. So the floor is yours now. Mr. Cody.
Dr. Nez, George told Harlan Lord, others Jermaine Simonson, Kudo Nahanada was argued for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. I'll introduce the staff right now. Deanna Neswit Gishi, can you stand? Deanna is with the Child Care Development Fund. Benedel, the Sadai Cynthia So, Indian Child Welfare Act. Dokojo Sadai Eric Gale, Department of Family Services. Dokwanta Sadai Frida White. She's the Director for Department of Developmental Disability. Dokwanta Sadai Anthony Begay, Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Their Families. Shama Roxanne Gorman, AA Department of Self-Reliance. Bigahant Asadaige Riley, he's the accountant for Department of Self-Reliance. Adon Lay the Shama Corner, the Sadai Antoinette Miller, she's also with the Department of Self-Reliance. So those are the staff that have come. We left it open for the staff to attend, so but I made it mandatory for the directors to attend. Staff is niche. So that's part of the reason. I work with 6 people directly, plus the deputy. Deputy Marlinda Lilliman A. She's in Twin Arrows, presenting to the chapter officials, chapter training. Yeah, Ehodina, I'll tell you why she's there. So those are the staff that I work with. Brenda. She's the accountant. She's also the one that keeps me in line when I overspent in certain areas or if I need to spend in certain areas. She will also be the one, so we work as a team. She will also be the one that presents the budget. I will do a broad overview of the services that we provide within the Division of Social Services. So our mission, it's to strengthen, advocate for change, empower, and strengthen our children, families, and communities. On chapters, our urban relatives. That's part of our mission, is to work with individuals, just like right now we're working with Operation Rainbow Bridge. That's what our mission is, to empower people. Although chapters, we're in the process of working with chapters. That's where my thinking is, that's where the heart of the Navajo Nation is, those chapters at the grassroots level. If we cannot provide services at that level, we're doing a disservice to our Navajo people. Our values, we're going to promote a holistic cultural values. And that's part of what I addressed during my weekly or bi-weekly address to the Navajo people is for the last 2-3 years during COVID. Flagstaff helicopters, you can, during COVID, you can tell they were going constantly to Flagstaff or to Phoenix, so that's our vision. I'll talk to you about the trauma from the COVID, from all the traumas that we went through. Now, the second slide is Division of Social Service. Nominate the motion I was confirmed as a division director for the Navajo Division of Social Service. I will work with the Oversight Committee, I will work with Nabik Committee and the Navajo Nation Council and other committees. So that's from the Executive Director. Human Resource Section, they will also have the option of chiming in or listening in on your meetings. Now, physical management, Navajo Family Assistance, so that's where their home is now. Water, that's who they help with financial management assistance. Other communications, we have a communications section which covers our MIS, also our website, those little posters that we get. So Hadina will start doing our newsletters. I've instructed the communications department to start a newsletter. What we're doing as the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services and what services we provide and where we're at within the operation of the Navajo Division of Social Services. Auto policy section, Washington, but the state or the chapters, there's 7 months late. We're providing information on our services. And that was one of the things that you all asked me to do. Chapters, and that's basically what we're doing. I think we've been to 14 chapters so far. Individual chapters. Although we've also did outreach to help chapter programs, the programs that they Within our division, we have millions of dollars that are sitting there. When you look at our expenditure, that's half of that is my report card. So the other half is the previous administration. So when we look at my report card, October, don't know what you'll have my full report card next year, and I hope to have a better report card when it comes to financial expenditures. At my previous job, I was the top spender in our organization. And I want to do, some people don't agree with me, but these monies need to go back to the Navajo people. Information technology section AD tonight, basically, there's a section that we have, a administrative support section, big and or lieti ado TAs at all letters that I that's our administrative support section. So that is under the executive director's office. Merlinda Merlinda Lillman, the deputy Merlinda do introduce Ishlagi, Department of Self-Reliance, Department of Family Services, Department of Child Care and Development, Developmental Disability Program, the Indian Child Welfare Act Program, Navajo Treatment Center for Children and their Families. Those are the 6 that I directly supervise, plus the deputy. So that I have 7 individuals within the division that I supervise. The 420 employees that we currently have, when we get to 697, that's a position that is allocated within the division. All of those within Merlinda. 7 of them directly. Although the impact statement did highlight our peso indirect costs, but our indirect cost decrease was 119,000. Although we within the division in his budget, we're not really increasing it at this time, but we do have an unmet fund. $200,000 a Department of Family Service that hadasi nil hala Dr. Nezi Title 4E peso the $200,000 at the general funds need on the peso, but that's in the the hard or like peso chito all tax or that peso then therefore reimbursement, developmental disability, all tax. The reimbursement. Bekende nish in the best on Hanahinte, a quite you see a sabas zindo less program manager to a Frida Sato, but project Hato, Gata Sato, as Lado less Navajo Nation general funds. That's how we're setting that up. The reimbursement. All tax show to Hajo Beso Hani Nita, they collect. The reimbursement rate is not there. Developmental disabilities reimbursement rate is on point. So if you hit nila asaya ziniki, di frida ya siniki asahikes, a kota at the nila kota they'll have the technical assistance that is required. The impact statement to the proprietary funds niniki to a child care development fund peso o de credit handas ado ekoto Chinley child care saba not nis ado Fort Defiance do saba not nis ado shipbrod ban nis e ban na che ade peso hana hinte hoje peso la de iniki ade bel ba chune kon sa papa da haya child care centers gunna e the ade peso hana hinte e big echo. Hopefully this coming fiscal year we're expanding child care. Akot e le kotona nishbelta aje hiki la galap jindal nishiki early go belta aje. Although they come back late, we're going to expand those hours. Later loop the shagan the child care sa don't lay Dalcon, don't lay Flagstaff, gonna be not to eat it like you can see all the lights that are going off the Navajo Nation. The Nendalnish, Sanindalnish. Acquire those Nate Asato Hajo earlier go quite a Basata, Chindada, and so they out from there they can go to their schools. What I been Dalnish and na kone GSA de be chidibin lako GSA ben del nishkala 99% of our budget comes from the federal dollars, state dollars, or private funds. The reason why this is so skinny is that we only get 1% from the Navajo Nation, so that's why it's so skinny. It's all general funds. So the general funds, when you see the pages, it's over 65 pages of the federal dollars. It'll be a thick binder. We'll provide that to the Legislative Council, the legislative staff. So back to the GSA fleet. Decrease $200,000. Our strategic plan, we went back and revisited the strategic plan for the division. 6 areas staff in the previous division director. Recruitment, onboarding. Jo nas nisha did recruit the doors niche. Hire betilia deed bidi benans nisto niniki that's recruitment and onboarding. Staff development. Once they become employees, they need to increase their skills, they need to maintain their licensures. Staff development. Continuous improvement, CQI, Nishiki Halet, Junakodas, the Anish Edotadas, quiet arbiter, Nahoti, Jonita, the audits of the previous years. There were deficiencies in certain areas, internal controls. That's part of the reason why we have a lot of money in Department of Family Services left.
Mr. Cody.
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption, but committee members, I just want to let you know that if you have any questions pertaining to any of the slides, just raise your hand and then we can go ahead and ask those questions during that particular slide of the presentation. So that's allowable to committee members. That way we don't all ask so many questions at the end of the presentation. So just chime in or raise your hand and we'll turn on your mic. Committee members.
Now, communication. Thank you. Communication. That's one of the areas that we're going to work on. Chapters. The job is not done. نخيب أبيش بحث أنو سني هجوني خلنا دولار دي آد أنيشتو دي بنديل نش آدو خوايجو نيج نهو تي إجو أي communication أهلنا آدون ليت أوغو federal dollars that نخاد هندهجي دو state that جو أي هجو بس بايات خدو بتلاقي زندولار دون خي آد ألتو هجوني خلنا دولار آدو trauma informed care دي
Chair, thank you. Though members, Okay, now this kid, Mr. Cody, under your strategic plan, you put recruitment, also onboarding those staff development. What is some of the plans that you have for this coming year until you what do you mean by staff, and what are some of the areas that you helping the staff that are working for you? Communication nanigi Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Toad. Mr. Cody, response?
Yeah, it's not, not the recruitment or onboarding, Department of Human Resources should Debbie Nez manual, you see, we're working with her closely. Our deputy, Marlinda Lilliman, is not here. She's leading the revision of the Navajo Nation personnel policy. Marlinda Ajiego, yes, Deputy Nate Brown, Navajo Nation personnel policy manual revision, she's not here. So that's part of recruitment. Agencies, there are chapters that highlight that's part of the revisions that we're making within the personnel policies. Although in need 3 months ago, she been provisional hire. The provisional hire booklet for the Navajo Nation personnel policies. Although highlight the staff, the Division of Social Services, we're doing a quality assessment. Department of Self-Reliance leadership must die yego yenadnish. Then stuido sani bandadnishi, hajon dadnistole, ado hajobich is ladole, ade hajobich na annistole. Achievement, hey, the hajo and the jonako is equal. But was yesta to a hot the recognition to a hot staff and needleness. Latin has Taniki. Every Monday morning I meet with them. I hadn't up at the snee. I don't hear, don't let the staff know the she hadn't shut up at the president in his. I do a weekly report to the Navajo Nation president. One of the questions he asks is, how are you keeping staff happy? Staff happiness, or every week I have to report to the Navajo Nation president and say, this is what I did for the staff. Like last week, we brought in VA director, Tico Charlie, Department of Health director, Kim Russell, we had lunch with the staff, and that was part of my outreach to say, at the same time I was giving them information from the other directors for them to meet the other division directors. How do we recruit staff? And also my expectation is the 6 program directors that I have will do the same. Every week they give me a report on how they're working with their staff to keeping them staff friendly or happiness, staff happiness. They do the same thing to me. And I compile those and I report back to the Navajo Nation president. The other thing is we're developing a plan to support new employees transition into their position, job requirements, and introducing them to a culture of organization. When I went to work for HEHSC Family Programs, I will tell you what happened. I can only compare the Navajo Nation because that was my extent of my employment before I went to HEHSC. So I only had 2 employers in my whole duration of my career, the Navajo Nation and HEHSC Family Programs. So when I left the Navajo Nation almost 9 years ago, when I got hired, I was given a buddy that could walk me through the organization. I also had a list of trainings. Every time I logged in, all these training requirements would pop up. So when I completed one, it falls off. And that was all part of training and onboarding. This is how you will succeed within this organization. So we want to create that same environment. During my confirmation, I told you, I want to make the Division of Social Service a division where people will want to work. That is what we're shooting for, is making our organization productive to where they can really excel and be proud of being an employee for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. So Philbert Yazi from our office and the program directors, let's see, the language, the Anthony Begay Department, Navajo Treatment for Children and Their Families, they're really working on incorporating that into our programs. The other piece where I'm doing an outreach to now is the Christian population. The churches out there really need to take a hold of how the issues that we're addressing through social services. On his staff, church that's part of how our staff would be dealing with their trauma. So that's the outreach that we're doing, is to the churches. I have another meeting with a Pastor Ted at City tomorrow for breakfast. And I'm nitpicking, or picking his brain, not nitpicking, picking his brain on how we could address a lot of these issues in those churches. I tell my brother's a pastor at our church. I tell him, our buildings it costs us a lot of money to build these buildings, the church and the parsons across the street, out on us every single week. The only time we go to that church is on a Sunday and a Wednesday. During that time, we could be reaching out to the Navajo people. Likewise with what Anthony is working on with the Navajo people. Joseph Sandoval, you'll hear him on the New Mexico radios and sometimes on KT and talking to the people. So that's what we're working on within the staff, and we're also reaching out to the Navajo people with the same concept. Staff development, training module, when they log into their system, if they're lacking a training in certain areas that the programs have established, that will pop up. You need to complete this training. So at the end of the quarter, if certain program directors, let's take for example Eric, if his staff are not completing their trainings, I will get a report saying, Mr. Eric Gale's staff, they haven't completed these trainings. Then I will say, hey Eric, these staff had out of a train. Why are they not taking these trainings? So that's what we're working on tonight. Policy, the procedure and practices of employees. When I looked at the audits from the previous, the auditors, one of them was our weakness within our internal controls. We want to improve that. Next year, 2 years from now, when the auditors come back, they don't cite that. So that's what we're working on. And Eric is really working on that when we come to the internal controls within the Department of Family Services. Even the budgets are sitting there. We're cited for that. We're cited for not having or material weakness within that department. Even when you look at our folders, we need to protect the folders of those children, the case files. So that's part of the weakness that we have within that department. So that's what we're working on. That's what we call staff development. building our staff to where when they come in, we recruit them, we reach out to people that are out in Phoenix, say, hey, the Division of Social Service is the best place to work on the Navajo Nation. Come work with us. So once we get them on within the program, the onboarding process, this is how you will succeed within the Navajo Division of Social Services. This is what our expectation is. That's what we're working on. Doing the staff development. Because your staff is not on this. We develop their skills, we develop how they work with the public. Our secretaries that sit up front, I tell the ones that we have, you're the face of our Division of Social Services. You're my face because the people that come from the public, you're the first individual that they see. So how you treat the general public is a reflection of me as the executive director for the Navajo Division of Social Services. So that's all part of staff development, Chiche.
Thank you, Mr. Cody, for the response.
Communications?
What is that?
Communications.
Yeah.
Okay. The communications, though, we're really working on improving our image, our brand. I have our communications section, Delilah Goodluck. She's rebranding social services. That's how people see us. We have the treatment center, we have developmental disability, we have the child care centers. We need to bring that to the forefront. We also need to have the Navajo people know that we're all driven towards one goal, which is to develop a holistic, culturally environment that will be feasible for the Navajo people. If we really have just one brand, we have one voice, that's what she's working on. The phone system, I know some of you keep calling our office, our phone system is not, it's all over the place. When you call my line, it hops somewhere. Sometimes it hops over to general services. Sometimes it hops over to the president's office. So we're going towards a voice over IP. That will actually, so every program, thanks to the previous administration, every single staff within the division have a laptop. They're able to receive calls on the laptops. From a previous employer, that's all we used was the laptop to communicate over the phone. So that's what we're working on. All our programs are connected. There's some staff that still need to be connected or trained to access the system. Technology, let's go to technology. We want to create a fast, effective connectability across the whole Navajo Nation. That we accomplish at our buildings, even our federal buildings, they're wired to where our staff can have access. Department of Self-Reliance, the Chinle office, we sent out a letter saying that our lease will not be renewed. They're going to really implement, which is a virtual environment. We're capable of doing that, Shananta. We're capable of having our staff work remotely in a virtual environment. So that's going to be our pilot project with Department of Self-Reliance and Chinle. Our buildings are old. Our buildings are constantly, like here, we don't have air. Air conditioning. So our buildings are dilapidated. So we need to, if we're going to have quality staff, committed staff, if we're going to have our staff working in an environment where they will succeed, our buildings need to change. But in the meantime, this virtual environment, virtual work sites, that's the only way. Plus, we're going to be moving services back out to the chapters. One area, like Chinle, people come from Hard Rock. They have to go through that dirt road between Hard Rock and Pinyon. On the Hard Rock, we went to see Honorable Simonson's buildings. They have real nice buildings that we could use, that we can work remotely. So that's what we're really going to test when it comes to technology. And then also, our only program that didn't have laptops was Altex. So finally, all the Altex laptops have arrived, all refurbished. Department of Self-Reliance or other departments, they use it when they get their new equipment. Altex just because of the reimbursement rate. We've negotiated with the staff, or with the state, to where we will have new laptops for our Altex staff. So that's where we're getting our staff to where they're all virtually connected across the whole Navajo Nation. Although hardware and software training, that's what we're doing, where we're training our staff on how to use TAS, Tribal Assistant Services System. That's what we're working on. So that's what we're working on towards. Through these laptops, we're going to improve our communications. So that's technology. So as we're moving forward, the quality, continuous quality improvement, we need to create, we need to strengthen our data control. That's why we want to really have the staff use TAS. Take for example, LAHIP. Every year, your people, your Navajo people, they bring their family card, they bring their driver's license, they bring all the supporting documents every single year. But this coming year, they won't have to. All they're going to bring is their income verification. Maybe how many billions dollars? $1.5 billion tonight. If I'm not here tomorrow, I would have won. So next year, all they'll bring is their income verification. That's it, because we have all their family cards, their driver's license, all the other documents we already have within our system. The other piece, when we're done with this, our departments will be connected to where they put in a name, and we will know not the detail, just the name and certain information. We'll know that they're within our system. So that's what we're working on when we come to technology. Although customer quality, continuous quality improvement, the folders, the files, one system, it'll be all in one system. Customer satisfaction evaluation. In need, we had our division-wide symposium. What I did for the staff was I told them, I'm gonna put a box outside.
Honorable George Toth.
Chair, thank you, Mr. Cody. I would appreciate what your plans are. Can we read your budget into the record first, and then after that, we can, this is a budget hearing, so let's go into your budget, see where it needs to be adjusted, or look into it, and after that, we can start, ask question in regards to your presentation. With all due respect, sir, Chair Nchikiroli. Thank you.
I had Honorable Toth for that. So with that, Mr. Cody, can you just read the business unit number? And then the program title, and then the dollar amount that you're receiving for each of the programs. And as Health Education Human Service Committee, you prepared a binder for us to review the budget forms for, so you don't need to read that word by word or form by form. Just read the business unit number, the program title, and then the funding that has been allocated or budgeted for that program only. And then we'll go straight directly to questions and comments after you read those numbers into the record. Mr. Cody?
Excellent. Mr. Toth, thank you. But we can also do the budget revisions, or the budget, we'll read our budget into the record. Could you, Brenda, Brenda?
Good afternoon. Honorable Chair James, honorable members of the Human Health Services Committee. My name is Brenda Sosi. I work with Divisional Social Services, Auto Principal Accountant at Ajanashnish. I'll read into the record on the business unit numbers. There's 6 business units within Divisional Social Services. The first one is Business Unit 117001. That is for the Office of the Executive Director. Then what's allocated for this proposed budget for this year is $1,937,741. Auto School Clothing Program, Business Unit number 117008, that's School Clothing Program. Proposed budget for this year is $1,155,626. Auto, we have the proprietary funds, that is Chinle Child Care Center, and that's Business Unit 117010. That's for $5,000 for fiscal year '24. Auto Business Unit 117011, that's for Fort Defiance Child Care Center. That one is for, it's allocated for $36,000. Auto Business Unit 117012, that's Shiprock Child Care Center, and their proposed budget is $5,000. Auto, we have Business Unit 117022, Department of Family Services. Their proposed budget is $1,437,570. And those are the budgets that we have before you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you again. Thank you for reading that into the records. Committee members, are there any questions pertaining to the legislation that was read into the records, and then also what the funding per program that was provided to us? Legislation number was 0175-23. Committee members, are there any questions? Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Do corona ani clinic na si tani do staff. Thanks for being with us here. I just have some question in regards to the legislative concerns summary. AEI has first quarter and there was a check mark, non-compliance. ESS administration should expand staffing within the Chinle and nationwide because non-compliance. Auto, you have number 2, the same thing, 24/7 operation on Northern Tree domestic violence shelter, and the first quarter should be of fiscal year 2023. Ito check mark Auto has non-compliance. The other one is also number 3, AA Division Computers, Division Computer Equipment and Software needs Inabaka A non-compliance. I just wanted to know why that's on the books. 8A, yeah, another one is your audit. AA, yeah, hey, upon another Bakagile hit, ato Australia. Other plan operation, Hanza, or just to update. 8A, not the skill, though, Roshi, not the skill, Hodinado, so, Chair, thank you.
Honorable Toll, thank you for that. With that, in regards to the legislative concern summary for Division on Social Service, what we received from OMB, there are 3 items. Division Director, if you can tell us how you would like to take care of that, if you'd like to take care of it as in doing a monthly report, or even moving on as to condition of appropriation. Those are some of the other things that you have your option on how you want to fix that legislative concern summary. So how you want to take care of those 3 items. Committee members, are there any other comments, questions? Honorable Helena Nesbigay.
Oh, good afternoon. On your job vacancy, you have a high number. Are you guys working on it? That's just one of my questions, because since you're saying that you want to bring the work to the local chapters, you know. Do you want to do your interviews out there? Is that what your intention is here? Tribal clothing though. I think the number's kind of low, and on this, but you should know what you guys went through, because we had a lot of children that needed clothes and all that. There was a lot of requests you turned away a lot of families. And I know that that was a big issue in my delegate region, because that was brought to my attention at several chapters. So because some of our chapters are in rural areas to where the parents don't they tend to take care of their children and want to be there for their children to be in school. I wanted to just add that on. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Helena Nesbigay for those question comments. With that, moving on, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Chair James, I was going to just question that same thing, because when you look at your presentation, you've identified on here, under your unmet needs, the $3 million is needed to fund the need for school clothing and school supplies. I don't know how the division feels on school supplies, because I know many districts and schools provide that now for many of our students. But again, that's just a point of comment there that I wanted to make. And then when you look at the major accomplishments, you put fully spent clothing, school clothing funds again. And I know probably that was already, or that spending came from what was allocated in previous fiscal year, whereas there's still a need. And then you have a decrease in your funding for this upcoming this upcoming fiscal year. And that decrease, when it comes to public assistance, is down $132,739. And I also just think, what are the plans if you see a decrease and a need for it, but there's also that indication of a decrease on page 105 on budget form 1. So maybe just kind of help educate me on what that process was like internally and how those figures came before the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you, again, Honorable Toth, Honorable Alina Nez-Begay, and Honorable Dr. Andy Nez for those questions and comments. With that, I will give you the floor back to respond. Division Director, Mr. Cody.
是的，the legislative condition of legislative concern again. When I came into office on January 9th, we sent a letter to OMB, Rhonda Johnson. This is how we're going to address legislative concern number 1, number 2, and number 3. We haven't gotten a response back. Could the non-compliance Bakagi, I need guidance on, is this what for example, response, Department of Self-Reliance continues to fill vacant position within the Chinle site. It's ongoing, so that's what we're doing. The Navajo treatment for children and their family also is hiring additional people. We still need a therapist. I need division director, we don't pay enough. When a therapist qualifies for a position, we train them and then they leave us to go to the Indian Health Services. So that's where it creates a lot of these vacant positions. Although the Indian Child Welfare Act, we're still in the process of negotiating our agreements. We're in the process of making sure that these positions are hired. The other piece, and that's part of a reason why I'm building a strong relationship with the Department of Personnel Management is and then it goes next door. That's where the other thing is majority of our positions, they were highly sensitive to Baka, so our departments are working on reclassifying them, saying, for example, they don't deal directly with children. They don't deal directly with the clients. So we're trying to unsensitize them to where they can just be reused with a provisional hire. So at the local level, there's sensitive positions. That's another thing. OBI, the background checks, that's part of the reason why we have a lot of vacant positions. Shimado Shiche George told. Audits. When you look at our audits, and that's where I need his question. What I did was during my presentation, I was trying to touch on a lot of them, so thinking that I would answer your questions, but let me go back. Internal controls, auditors in here, you have limited internal controls. That's what we're working on, What IAD are, like, take for example, 2 participants didn't have CIB income verification, 2 no CIBs, 4 no income verification. In need TAS, where we have all our documents stored. So come next year, only thing they'll bring is their income verification. All their CIBs, all their proof of income will be in the system by then. We won't be faced with these audit issues again. Let's take another one. Insurance premiums collected. So we're addressing all the issues that were our audit concerns, legislative concerns. We're addressing I'll give you another report this coming quarter, and that's what we're working towards, is asking the Oversight Committee to allow us to present at another quarterly meeting again. Hopefully, we would have, OMB would have responded to us, the auditors would have responded to us and say, hey, they're fulfilling these requirements. This fourth quarter, Shema Helena Nesbigay. So we turned away Dr. Nez, the same question, to answer your question. We turned away 15,000 applications. We only helped 4,000 students with that $1.3 million we have. Even now, in our unmet need, we left with $3 million. That's the only way we can clear out that $15 million. So we capped all the school clothing. So a base of $1.3 million in Hatasonili. What's going to happen is we're going to start tapping into the 15K that didn't get assisted last year. So once we do that, we'll have 11,000 kids that we still would not have helped. So $200 a child, that's how we, and then they just get a check. And then we're thinking that they buy their school clothing, their pencils, or their school supplies, but they just get a $200 check, and that's how we work with them. So $1.3 million that's in your current budget will only take out 4,000 out of the 15,000 applications that are. So when I came in, I said, how many did we not help? So that's the calls that you're getting, the calls that all the delegates are getting is the 15,000 kids that we're not helping. We only help 4,000 kids. So I think that if anybody's going to help us and help the kids, we need $3 million to clear out that $15,000 that are still sitting there. So we need $4.3 million to help every single child that submitted application last year. And that's just last year. This year, we won't be taking any applications. But that's the school clothing, and that's where, and then the revenues decrease. Brenda, yun hold on now.
Okay, Honorable Chair and members of the committee, for the decrease in our general fund allocation last year in comparison from FY23 to FY24, the actual planning allocation, because of the there was a decrease of $92,118. That's overall in comparison. So, there was a decreased allocation from the President's office to ours. So that's where we had a decrease. Also for the IDC, there was a decrease in allocation too, because last year we received 409,791. This year, 290,560. So there was a decrease of 119,231. So last year, AGWA include Dayila, $52,081. This year, 8 then. So even that was the difference where we had to reallocate funds. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. That completes your response, right, Mr. Cody? With that, committee members, any other questions, follow-up questions? Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Chair, again. Sto kodo konasi tani HEHSC committee do staff. Only one question I have also is just federal funds that you're talking about. And watale bayan you don't want this money to go back. I'm good at spending money, shouldn't ya? I call how much. I know this is not. I guess just for my information, how much federal fund is it going back? I don't advertise that eco. Didn't he cut that or unemployment or electricity at the heart? No. But there's a lot of constituents who were turned down because of the documentation. Why? Is this the federal policy that, to me, when the federal government give us money, it's since we're a sovereign nation, the federal government shouldn't be holding this money. Where the joint a lot of times we say federal aid even the attorneys DOJ that you had to follow this federal law aid opinion that echo so in addish kilche di hanela I had ilabna or you turn down dalia like unemployment no electricity and how again that your legal no 80 sabishit khalbigido got yahay hiche called in also nelde aje was the night should ilia up and dated kiddo they won't respond back to me dan nisako hut giltadle kojon ledna betkhahon de staho den adadish kilt ako ato did unmet needs. The other one too, the net action plan. I know there's no money involved. You're trying to get some money for the. What are you trying to ask for? Office space or a staff to be employed? So I know you had that program going and ishihit bigil was nahalanko I know I'm part of it, but I haven't attended this meeting yet. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Nana Shikna Ash for that question. In regards to what the Honorable Toll has indicated, Mr. Cody, under your program for your personal your travel expense. Last you had 92,000, and this proposed budget you have 113,000, and that's an increase of 20,000. And after reviewing your detailed budget line items, you indicated, or it's indicated on there, 45 nights for 5 staff. Can you give me a reason or tell the committee the reason why you increased the travel and at the same time the funding has been decreased for repairs and maintenance? I would assume that if we have a lot of facility issues that you have brought up regarding facilities and different concerns and issues in regards to that you would put that 20,000 of the difference of the travel expense into repairs and maintenance. And this goes back to my question that I stated earlier. It will be very, very interesting to see how staff are traveling under each departments and how much fundings are being utilized on travel. And so that would be something good to see, to have that analogy, to have that understanding of where a lot of these fundings are being spent. But currently we don't have that information, and that would be very helpful to address on what are the projected amount regarding travel expense. So if you start breaking that 45 nights into quarterly, that is a lot of nights in a quarterly position for whatever that would be, and that's just what I'm trying to ask about. What are the plans? Is it for conferences? Is it for work sessions? And so that's a question that I have in regards to that travel, based off Honorable George Toth's question as well. And then in regards to the legislative concern summary, how did you want to take care of that, as reports or condition of appropriation, or how do you want to proceed to address those 3 items? Thank you again. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions? No other question. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Oh, thank you, Chair Vince James, and good afternoon, Mr. Cody Shana. Good to see you. When I used to be in the communities and later, beso kote ona ziechen dano yatahal now. And then the grandmas and grandpas would laugh about it, and then they would say, later beso ota te konshona ziechen la aden da di gelta no dida so hot atishnigit bahal na igi. And so you're sitting on a hefty lump of money here, and then just kind of thinking about all of the needs that are out there. But I know you're trying to think creatively about how to get those funds expended and pushed down to the communities. But I have a similar question as Honorable George Toth here regarding of those funds, what is projected maybe to revert back, if any, and those I know we're talking about, and those are federal funds, I know, and what we're talking about is general funds and so that's one of my concerns. The other is just a comment. I just want to say, I just want to also state on record that I want to give a response to, you talked about your strategic plan and some of the things you're doing to get out into community, and you are also really inviting faith-based organizations to help fulfill the gaps within, social, mental, behavioral health services, which is a really good thing, and I can appreciate that. But also with that, there has to be, at some point, we also have to have a real honest conversation and the truth behind how through some of these churches have really created the traumas in our communities. And I'm talking about my own community. I don't know how other communities exist, but in my communities, when the churches came in, they really used fear tactics, and they told our Dene people that they need to get away from their tradition. Hoto kanso dinas da but no hot baby and the hadizo yego ye the nayin de yish atle okoho. That creates real community division. It does, and today I see it where it sometimes is, the traditional folks against, the church people, and that really created a lot of the trauma in our communities. And so I want to say, and I'm definitely one that really supports our Navajo way, the Nepazado, the Nepaol Hashin Sogo Ayego, Bahtashije and Sin. And I in Eben not Eben yet Eben not the Nani Gle. and based on those things. And so if we're going to be strengthened as a nation and we want to continue that way, I think those things need to be honored. These church folks are coming in from other places, and they're really just visitors to our communities here. They are welcome to come, but they also need to understand and have this appreciation and respect for our Navajo people and their way of life. And I really want to be really, really adamant about that. I'm going to be very vocal about that because I too also want community healing. But in that healing process, as well as I do, that we have to talk about the things that have created that hurt. And so, I appreciate that help, and I don't mean to say that there's only one way. It's certainly up to every individual, however way they choose to say prayer and have faith, but it should not be, one where somebody comes in and uses the fear tactics and tells people there's only one way. We should be able to embrace the many different ways in which we can be healthy people and happy people again. The other thing that we need to start asking about from these churches is they definitely are set up as nonprofit organizations. And so certainly they come with money, because I see some of those churches, they're nice, beautiful buildings. And I know they aren't cheap. So in addition to, so in their coming here as nonprofits, what other funds are they coming with? And I'm sure they say, that we're serving the Navajo people, we're serving, families, we provide this and that, we need funding, and we don't hold them accountable. We don't say, can we look at, what kind of funding, what's your funding source look like, and what kind of services are you here to provide? We don't ask those things, and I'm sure some of them, I see flyers every now and then about, some churches that provide like AA classes in the evening, and those are really good things, and I would want to encourage and would like to see more of that. And you're right that they do have really, good, really pretty nice buildings. I know that there are some really good pastors out there that, share really good words, and and I think we need all the support and help we can in providing these services to our people. So and that really just is a comment.
Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, thank you for that. So with that, I will go ahead and give the floor back to you, Division Director, Mr. Cody.
We still have some funds are out there, $5.2 million that could possibly be reverted back, but we have POs, we have contracts that are sitting out there that we haven't got drawn down on those. The other ones, again, they're open until expended, like the donations that we get, 638 Indian Health Services, ICWA, Title 4E, 10 if that's at Department of Self-Reliance Day, they're open until expended, so we'll expend those. Development of disability and all techs, the other pot of money that we have, a fee for service, the reimbursement. So those are the money. So one thing I like to share with this committee is we try to fund community projects out of these federal dollars. Give them $1 million, give them $200,000 outright. Coming through the Navajo procurement process. So we tried doing that in my big plan of getting these monies out of the Navajo Nation coffers back to the chapters. DOJ in HEHSC, they says, payment procurement established by Division of Finance shall be adhered to and shall not begin until services are provided. So DOJ told us we can't give you money, or those organizations money. It has to be on a cost reimbursement. I thought service is yago, auto in the invoice, auto in that we pay. So Shanantad, I want to request, I'm sure Budget and Finance Committee and Sean McCabe, the controller, is working on it, but our procurement, the Navajo Nation procurement process has to change. We need to change it to where we can have still have some type of control, but we need to give money to these, let's take, for example, domestic violence shelters. They won't allow, the domestic violence shelters have to spend the money auto that we reimburse them. The ones that suffer, as a result, the one that suffered the most is the Dabi, Amado Chinabagan in Chinli, because they rely on the Navajo Nation funds, the federal funds that we give them. And then Kiyanta. The ones that are outside of the border towns, they get other funds, like from the city government, from different funds. They don't suffer. They do suffer because of the cost reimbursement that the Navajo Nation procurement process lays out for us. So Asianant, I'd like to have your assistance to allowing us to give grants to people, to organizations that can provide these services for us. It has to be only cost reimbursement. And that's another way of having these pots of money that are if we could be allowed to give money to Dr. Nez's group, Shema Helena Nez's community organizations to provide services, that would be great, but now we can't. So I got this letter the other day from June 27th. That's a letter that we got saying that it has to be fee for first services. And we'll send it out to you as oversight, so that way you know exactly what we're talking about. That's the money, $5.2 million, but we're spending down on those dollars. Out of 4 to 5 nights, when you divide that into 4 quarters, it's only 11 nights per quarter, which is 3 months. So that's for my travel, and then also, if we do not get the NA Action Plan funds that we're requesting, we cover the Women's Commission's travel, the youth's travel, and then the elderly travel. Before Delegate Toth became a delegate, we used to, since he was part of the elderly commission, we used to cover his lodging. So now that he's a delegate, legislated picks those up for him. So that's where it's just 11 nights per quarter. The other thing is why we increase travel. That's basically the action. Out of the other pieces, we need to travel to meet with the funding source. Like next week, our Department Child Care Development Director is going to San Francisco to meet with the funding source. Also, Department of Self-Reliance. The federal government, they're giving us the money to spend how we want it, how we submit our plans to the federal government. It's our internal process that prohibits us from spending these dollars how we had planned to spend it. So that's where we need council's help in changing a lot of these laws that prohibits us from spending these dollars. Though the next question, Jermaine Simonson, Jermaine Simonson, I agree. The churches did a lot of damage. However, our people are converted to Christianity. I go to a church. So my church, we promote the Navajo language. We promote reading the Bible in Navajo. And we also, when you look at the Ranch Rep website, that we really promote singing in Navajo. That's also the concept that I have, Shananta, is to have these churches address the social ills that we're dealing with. We can't, as a nation, as programs, we shouldn't be doing that. It should be the local communities. Let's empower the local churches, the local Medicine Men Association, the local Native American churches. So that's my outreach is going to be to all 3 groups or 4 groups. The 4th group is those individuals that don't go to church, don't go to Native American churches, that don't practice our traditional religion, our traditional ceremonies. So there's different groups within the Navajo Nation that we need to address. So the churches, Anthony's group is focusing on the traditional component. He's also working on putting a faith-based person into his program that will work with us to start meeting with these churches, with the churches. So I agree with you. However, I thought that people are set in their ways. That's why you have these beautiful churches out there. That's why when you come to our church, these buildings are just sitting there. Only Sunday and Wednesday. In between there, let's do something with these churches. And that's my outreach, Shananta. Other than that, the budget, we're working on the budget. So next fiscal year, October, don't know what I'm telling the directors is we're going to review your budgets quarterly. If you don't review, if you're not spending what you told me you're going to spend, we have to put that money somewhere else. Let's take, for example, if they're going to say, hey, we're going to hire individuals, or we're going to purchase this, they have to purchase those within that quarter. By the second quarter, the purchases should have been made because our procurement process is so long. So next quarter, next fiscal year, I guarantee we'll be on track with our budgets.
Yeah, thank you, Division Director, Mr. Cody. I'm all looking at our Chief Legal Counsel. She only walks in when something seriously happens, and it's like, oh, what's going on now? Welcome, Chief Counsel.
No, I only came over because I haven't heard that you were having any problems. You're doing great.
Good. It's all because of Division Director, Mr. Cody. Okay, thank you. And then welcome, Ms. Dana Bambroff. Good to see you. So with that, committee members, are there any other additional questions, follow-up? Going once? Mr. Cody? Response?
Shanta, one question, I didn't respond to you. The legislative concern, we'll do it with monthly reports to, once they respond to this letter, we'll start working with them monthly.
Okay.
Your reports.
OMB?
Okay. Good afternoon, committee members. As we're all aware of the legislative concern, this is reported on a quarterly basis. The reason why I have listed these 3 Division of Social Services legislative concern as non-compliance is these responses had to come to OMB on July the 7th. However, when I received the responses from Division of Social Services, I received the same second quarter responses. And I was looking for something more into detail to comply with the stated legislative concern to be completed by such and such a time. But the report was the same from second quarter, so therefore they're non-compliance. And for the division director or the Division of Social Services to be responding to me on a monthly basis, that's not required because these legislative concerns, along with conditions of appropriations, they're reported quarterly. Thank you.
Ooh, is it raining? Yo no nahaltikin oh. I didn't even know it was raining. Blessing to us, blessing to our Mother Earth. Thank you. So with that, thank you very much, OMB, for that response regarding the legislative concern. So you did provide us some clarification. So with that, I will go ahead and give some time back to Division Director, Mr. Cody, in regards to the response that you provided, OMB. Mr. Cody?
We'll work with OMB to make sure that we address their concerns. So the fourth quarter will do a report based upon what the recommendations are.
Thank you. With that, Honorable George Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Other members, though, Mr. Cody, and also OMB, would it be appropriate if we can put this in condition of appropriation again? If I'm in order, I'd like to do that, Chair. If not, it can be done in-house. So I would ask the attorney or yourself for my guidance. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, with that, our legal counsel, Ms. Lowe.
Good morning, Chair, or I guess it's afternoon, isn't it? Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. So I may have made conditions of appropriation seem easier than the code really accounts for, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page. So with a legislative concern, it's just something that the committee is going to monitor, but there's no direct consequence to the program or to a program manager if that legislative concern is not completed by the end of the fiscal year. The condition of appropriation is a little bit different, so there's two possibilities that could occur if the condition of appropriation is not completed by the stated quarter. One of those is that the responsible entities travel funds may be frozen, or alternatively up to 10% of the salary of the program director of the responsible entities may be withheld. So there is a little bit of a trick to that, though. We meaning the members of the Navajo Nation Council and the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, has to consult with the director of the program, so not necessarily Mr. Cody, but it would be whatever program manager or director of a particular office that is charged with completing the legislative concern. So we need to have a consultation with them. And I just want to read from the Navajo Nation Code. I'm reading from the Appropriations Act under Condition of Appropriation. This says, the consultation shall include a discussion of the feasibility of the program fulfilling the condition, including within the time period proposed by the council and any alternatives to the proposed condition. So before the committee can just vote on it, what has to be considered is if it's practical or feasible to be done within the time frame that the committee is requesting. So that is something that Mr. Cody and his staff would need to apprise the committee of. Chair.
Thank you very much.
So with that, I'll give some time back to Mr. Cody.
Shananta, Shadeja, Jermaine, Shema, Helena, and then Dr. Nez. I don't say, Joe needing he need is I'll work on Papan dishes. Hajo, the second and the third quarter, Hajo at all. By the fourth quarter, we'll clear it up. A later program directions has tiny bit additions. So with all due respect, I should say, I request that let me handle it in-house. Could you go, should you go? Let me handle it in-house, and I will improve how they do the reporting this coming quarter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cody, for that. OMB?
Committee members, that is acceptable because the fourth quarter is going to be due around the end of September the 30th. So that is acceptable.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Honorable George Toll?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cody Shche. Shi P. Cardin Hari Tintel Toin Landa. Nando Tintel. Just kidding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Earlier, there was some questions in regards to credit cards. I know our colleague, Honorable Seth Naaman, had dropped legislation to move forward with credit cards to pay vendors with the limit of $50,000, but that has been withdrawn. So just wanted to let you know of that. There was concerns and issue from Department of Justice regarding that legislation. And I think we will always have a continued concern and issues from Department of Justice trying to resolve the matter in regards to credit card purchases. And so that's where it's at, and we will do our best. Again, when it comes down to the procurement process of the Navajo Nation, again, once DOJ comes in and makes their comment with their 164 review document, then there's concerns and issues that are written on there and addressed to us, and it just stops there again. So so somehow we all need to gather and huddle and see how we can do some accommodations in regards to the procurement process, and then trying to address the matter of trying to go back into a good standing credit status with a lot of the vendors within the Navajo Nation area. So I forgot to mention that. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions? Division of Social Service ya yalt ke don hitch hona adon khabe da aliado kon hitch kulliya selin ko akot aba hazeno in hitato nit aselin ko ako hot a the kui that she even as national Office of Management Budget OMB that to ko hot it's ko hata hasti selin to na do kidoshi na so do le ya di kodo ye disnagi ya Honorable Dr. Andy Nez do ye ke ni yahagi ya Honorable Helena Nez bigay do na do kidoshi ya ikodo Nihigi Aja Eben Hijahanana Sito. With that, we'll go for a roll call vote regarding legislation number 0175-23. Motion made by Honorable Dr. Nez, second by Honorable Helena Nez Begay. There is no other questions, so with that, roll call vote. Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Honorable George Toth, Honorable Helena Nez Begay, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. With that, we do have 4 in favor, chair not voting, and 1 unexcused, which is Honorable Curtis Yanito. With that, congratulations, Division of Social Service, and the departments continue to strive forward and moving forward to accomplishing your goals that you've shared with us. So with that, thank you and congratulations. Mr. Cody, thank you. Dr. Nez and Helena Nez begin. So this legislation does final authority, Health, Education, Human Service Committee. It just comes here. It don't need to go to any other standing committee. So with that, hereby passes. So with that, you are hereby excused from today's Health, Education, Human Service Committee, Division of Social Service. Thank you. All right, with that, committee members, I will need to call for a suspension of a floor rule for legislation number 0180-23, which is the Navajo Nation Department of Health. Their packet is not fully completely ready, and they made a request through email, and they're asking to be moved right before item G, legislation number 0194-23. They asked if they can have their legislation moved before veterans legislation there. So with that, do I have a motion for suspension of the floor rules? Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Second, made by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Committee members, are there any questions with this amendment to move forward legislation number 0180-23 at the request of Department of Health? Going twice, 3 times, suspension of the floor rules. Roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Green. Okay, Honorable George Toth. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. With that, we do have 4 in favor, Chair not voting, and 1 unexcused, which is Honorable Curtis Yanito. With that, legislation number 0180-23 has been moved right before legislation number 0194-23. So with that, we will go ahead with the amendment made. It does hereby pass. So Ms. Russell, thank you for being present, and we'll see you either Thursday or Friday. Hakwashina, thank you. With that, moving on to the next item, which is legislation number 0185-23, which is Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. We do have our presenters here. We do have Department of Diné Education staff here as well. And they do have binders prepared and ready to disseminate to the Health, Education, Human Service Committee. So with that, I will go ahead and call on our legislative advisor to read legislation number 0185-23, Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education legislation budget for year of 2024 into the record. And after that, I will call for a motion. So with that, Shema, legislative advisor, Ms. Benali.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have before you the legislation number 0185-23. It's a proposed standing committee resolution, 25th Navajo Nation Council, first year 2023, introduced by Delegate Vinsar James. Tracking number is 0185-23. An action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Education and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. The legislation has been electronically read into record, and attached is Exhibit A. And it lists all of the business unit numbers and program titles along with the columns referencing the amounts that are proposed, such as general fund budget, and then also the indirect costs and the total. Exhibit B is also attached. You have it's the general fund comparative summary. It has business unit numbers, program titles, and the branch chief proposed FY 2024 budget. And it's in the amount of $8,329,529. Exhibit C is the recommended changes to the general fund budget. The business unit numbers are indicated along with the program titles, and at this time, there's no explanation of the recommended changes to the general funds budget. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. At this time, there are none listed in any columns. Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget. As indicated, there's the business unit numbers are indicated in the first column, program titles in the second, and the amount of the unmet needs are indicated in the third, along with the explanation and of the recommended unmet needs for the FY 24 general fund budget. You have business unit number 109001, 109001 as well, and 109001 with 3 unmet needs explanations. Also, going on is 109005, and the next program is 109006. Next program is 109008. Again is 109009, along with 109014 and 109018. And there is a grand total amount for these unmet needs for these programs with the business units as read. $2,446,751. Also attached is the transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel. And the legislation has gone through the comment period and is eligible for action as of August 8th, 2023. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I can have Shema, Legislative Advisor, for reading legislation number 0185-23 into record. With that, we do have a motion by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Do I have a second? Committee members, second made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. So with that, we do have legislation number 0185-23 read into the record, and we also have the fiscal year 2024 budget hearing Department of Education OMB report. So with that, I will go ahead and give the floor and some time to OMB. But before we do that, I need to ask of the to do the oath of OMB. So if OMB staff, if you can stand and raise your right hand. I swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Okay, thank you very much. So with that, the floor is yours, OMB, to go over your OMB report for Department of Education.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Nanette Francisco with OMB. I'll be reading in the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee budget hearings for Department of Ed. You have your table of contents. Item A is your fund type summary. B is your third quarter budget expenditure report. C is your performance assessment report. D is your plan of operation status report. E is your condition appropriation legislative concern report. F is your external fund expenditure report, and G is your 2021 single audit report. A is your fund type summary for Division of Diné Education. You have your business units, your program, your FY23, and then for FY24, you have your proposed general fund, indirect costs, cash match, higher ed set aside, proprietary, fiduciary, special revenue internal, and special revenue external, and then your total column. So I'll be reading the bottom line page on the next page. The grand total of all funds for FY 2023 is $39,850,372. Your proposed general fund amount for FY 2024 is $8,209,152. Indirect costs is $220,378. Cash match is $5,772,314. Your higher ed set aside fund is $12.4 million. Proprietary is 0. Fiduciary is $578,533. Special revenue internal is $5,265,137. Special revenue external is 0. Your grand total is $32,445,514. Going on to B. B has your expenditure report as of June 30th, 2023, and there's 27 pages. You'll notice that there's a highlighted, that's your bottom line total for each of the programs, and that's there for your review. Going on to C will be by Ancita Largo.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. C is the FY23 third quarter performance assessment report for the Department of Education. There are 25 programs. The scoring for the PAS number 5 is outstanding, 4 is exceeding, 3 is meet expectation, 2 is needs improvement, 1 is unsatisfactory, 0 is no report from the program. As you can see, the average for third quarter is 3.66, and there's 2 programs that are under 2.0. Number 16, OSHERS, has a non-applicable, and the Department of Education Business Unit 109001 has 1.60. Going on to D is the third quarter plan of operation status report for the Net of Education. Number 22 for the plan of operation needs to be updated, which is Business Unit 109026, Board of Education. Going on to E, the condition of appropriation legislative concern report. They have 1 COA, which is assigned to the administration. They're in non-compliance for third quarter. And they have 2 legislative concerns. 1 is assigned to the administration. That one's still ongoing. And the second one, Office of the Youth, also has 1, which is still ongoing for third quarter.
Going on to tab F, your FY 2023 external fund expenditure reports. Again, you have your item, column A is your index, B is your company number, C is your contract ID number, D is your start date, E is your end date, F is your business unit number, and D is your description. H is your original budget, I is revised budget, J is your expenditure, K is your open commitments, L is your available balance, M is your percent spent, N is your percent balance. Going down to the bottom line totals. For column H, you have $96,735,089.23. Revised budget is $146,571,000. $335.45. J is your expenditure, $57,993,711.70. Open commitments is $9,238,271.23, or excuse me, 21 cents. And then L is your available balance, which is 79,400, or excuse me, 79,339,352.54. Your percentage spent is 46, and then available is 54%. And then tab G, there's no single audit for this program or division. Thank you. That concludes our report.
Thank you, OMB. Thank you for that report. With that, we do have a motion on the floor for legislation 0185-23. Motion made by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, second by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. So with that, moving on, we do have our presenter, our delegated acting superintendent from Now Foundation Department of Diné Education. We do also have staff here. So before we continue, I'd like to have the oath be done here. So with that, if we could have all of you stand from Now Foundation Department of Diné Education and raise your right hand. I swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. So with that, I will go ahead and give you the floor. Again, Ms. Edgewater, thank you, Superintendent, for providing the information to us and also providing the hard copy binder to us as well. So with that, again, like I stated earlier, with the previous legislation that was done, go ahead and just read the business unit number, the program title, and then the budgeted amount for that department program, and just go down the listing with that. You don't have to go and read the whole detailed budget form 4s and all the other numbers. Just give us the business unit number, the program title, and then the overall budgeted amount. And then after that, we'll go straight to questions and comments.
Thank you. Oh yeah, good afternoon. She Claudia Edgewater. She my discussion is shown the look at the net, but she's seen other she that she don't coupon additional. How could ego the net sun? Thank you, Honorable Chair James and members of the HEHSC committee, and also I have members here from our Department of Diné Education as well. We have Mr. Donovan Pete, who oversees our library there. Please stand. Also, Paula Sina, who oversees our rehabilitation department. We have Mr. Franklin, who just walked in the door, that oversees our compliance department, and Dr. Shayla Yellowhair, who oversees our Cognitive Navajo Nation department, and Mr. Dr. Ferlin Clark, who oversees our school improvement program. So without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and read into record the Department of Diné Education Administration, business unit number 109001. We last year had a budget allocated for $1,037,992. This year, the proposed budget is $980,775,000, which is a difference of $56,317. This is for personnel expenses. Moving on to travel expenses. Last year's projected original budget was for $47,400. This year's proposed budget is $28,536, which is a difference of $18,864. Meeting expenses is $0 for last year, and proposed budget for this year is $0. Supplies for last year was $5,615. This year is $9,100, which is an increase of $3,485,000. Lease and rentals. Last year was $8,880. This year is $4,000. There's a difference of $880,000. Communication and utilities. Last year was $5,000. It remains the same this year with the proposed budget of $5,000. There's no difference there. Repairs and maintenance is 0 for last year and 0 this year. Contractual services is 0 for last year and 0 for this year. Special transaction last year was $26,315. This year is $27,150, which is comes to a total of $835. Public assistant last year and this year is 0. Capital outlay last year and this year is 0. Matching funds last year and this year is 0. And indirect costs last year and this year is 0. The total amount for last year's budget was $1,130,202. This year's proposed budget is at $1,054,561, which is a difference of $75,741. With the positions available, there's 12 positions at the Administrative Department of Education. All positions remain the same. There's only 2 vehicles that are budgeted for this department as well. When you go on to tab 2, we have Office of Special Education Rehabilitation Services. From this, we've received general funds. We received an amount of, Business Unit 109003. And with this department, they receive an amount of $190,889. Personnel expenses is from last year and this year is 00. Travel expenses from last year and this year is 00. Meeting expenses from last year and this year is 00. Supplies from last year and this year is 00. Lease and rentals from last year and this year is 00. Communication utilities from last year and this year is 00. Repairs and maintenance is from last year and this year is 00. Contractual services from last year and this year is 00. Special transactions from last year and this year is 00. Public assistance from last year and this year is 00. Capital outlay from last year and this year is 00. Matching funds from last year was $189,889. This year, the proposed budget is $190,889, which is a total of $1,000. Indirect costs from last year and this year is 00. With this one, the total amount is $189,889. The budget for this year will be $190,889 with a total of $1,000. The positions started out last year with 66 and then it ended up with 59 this year. Vehicles assigned was 30 from last year and 30 for this upcoming year. Going on to tab number 2, Business Unit 109004, Office of Educational Research and Statistics. General funds here is an amount of $400,689. With the personnel expenses, last year was $330,553. The proposed budget this year is $327,251, which is a difference of $3,302. Travel expense from last year was $14,860. The proposed budget remains the same at the amount of $14,860. Meeting expenses from last year is $12,000. The proposed budget is 0 this year, which gives a difference of $12,000. Supplies from last year was $21,777. The proposed budget for this year is $43,699. That's a total of $21,922. Lease and rental last year was $1,200. This year is $1,833, which is a total of $633. Communication utilities last year was $3,134. It remains the same this year, and there's no difference there. The repairs and maintenance is 0 last year, 0 this year, and remains 0. Contractual service is $25,000 for last year. This proposed budget is $7,599, which is a difference of $17,401. Special transaction last year was $2,165. The proposed budget is $2,313 with a total of $148. Public assistant last year and this year was 0. Capital outlay last year and this year is 0. Matching funds last year and this year is 0. Indirect costs is last year and this year is 0. Comes to a total of $410,689,000. The proposed budget is for $400,689, which is a difference of $10,000. There's 4 positions in this program, and they remain the same. Moving on to tab number 5, Business Unit 109005, Office of Standards Curriculum and Assessment Development. The fund budget here is for $555,586. Personnel expense from last year was $561,851. The proposed budget is $475,834, which comes to a total of $86,017. Travel expense last year was $25,493. It remains the same with $25,493. There's no difference. The meeting expense last year and this year was $0. That remains the same. Supplies is $8,850. This year's proposed budget is for $20,000. There is a total of $11,150. Lease and rental last year was $1,800. This year is $0 and it remains the same. Communication utilities, well, last year was $15,000. This year remains $15,000 and will remain the same. Repairs and maintenance, last year was $2,480. This year will be $2,408, correction. That will remain the same. Contractual services last year was $1,500. This year's proposed budget is $1,500. That will remain the same. Special transaction last year was $20,219. It will remain the same with $20,219. Public assistance, there's $0 there last year and $0 this year. That remains the same. Capital outlay last year was $15,000. This year is $8,632, which is a total of $6,368. Matching fund last year was $0. This year is $0 and will remain $0. Indirect costs last year was $0. This year is $0 and will remain the same as well. Which brings us a total of last year's budget was $638,621. The proposed budget for this year is $555,586, which brings a total of $83,035. In this program, there is last year had 7 positions. 7 positions in this department, and this year will be 6 positions in this department. And then there's only 1 vehicle budgeted for this department as well. Moving on to tab number 6, Business Unit 109006, Navajo Nation Library. There's a total of $420,956. Personnel expenses, last year's budget, $401,592. The proposed budget this year is $380,149, which is a total of $21,443. Travel expense, last year was $9,631. The proposed budget this year is $15,823, which is a total of $6,192. Meeting expenses, there was none last year and this year, and that remains the same. Supplies, last year was $6,050. This year is the proposed budget is for $20,978, which is a different, or the amount of $14,928. Lease and rental, there was none last year and this year, and that remains the same. Communications and utilities, last year there was nothing. This year, the proposed budget of $272, which is a total of $272. Maintenance and repair, last year and this year is $0. That remains the same. Contractual services, last year and this year was $0. That remains the same. Special transaction, $3,683. The proposed budget is $3,734, which is a total of $51. Public assistance, last year and this year was $0. That remains the same. Capital outlay this year and last year was $0. That remains the same. Matching fund last year and this year was $0, and that remains the same. Indirect costs last year and this year was $0, and that remains the same. The positions budgeted in this department, last year was 8 personnel, this year is 7. There's only 1 vehicle budgeted for this department. Moving on to tab number 7, Business Unit 109007. This is in the amount of $30,802. Personnel expenses, there was none last year, none proposed this year, which is a total of $0. Traveling expense, Last budget year, there was none, there's currently none, and that remains the same. Meeting expenses, last year there was nothing budgeted. This year the proposed budget is in the amount of $3,500, which makes a total of $3,500. Supplies, last year was $11,004. This year's proposed budget is for $25,402, which is a total of $14,398. Last year for lease and rental, there was no budget. This year the proposed budget is for $1,900, which is a total of $1,900. Communication and rental, there was $3,698, which this year's proposed budget is $0, so that remains the same. Repair and maintenance, last year was budgeted for $8,100. This year there's no proposed budget, so that remains the same. Contractual services for $8,000 was budgeted last year. This year is not budgeted, so that would remain the same. So this brings a total of $30,802. For the proposed budget would also be $30,802. There's no positions budgeted or vehicles budgeted out of this fund, and this is for the immersion, the Net Language Immersion Head Start program. Moving on to Business Unit 109008, Navajo Nation Scholarship Financial Assistance, Teacher Education. This is in the amount of $349,086. So personnel expenses, there's none last year and this year, which remains the same. Travel expenses last year and this year is $0, that remains the same. Meeting expense last year was $8,000. The proposed budget is for $8,000, which will remain the same. Supplies for last year and this year was $0, that remains the same. Lease and rentals for last year and this year was $0, that remains the same. Communications and utilities for last year and this year was $0, and that remains the same. Repairs and maintenance for last year and this year is $0, and that remains the same. Contractual services for last year and this year was $0, and that remains the same. Special transaction for last year and this year was $0, and that remains the same. Public assistance last year was budgeted for $591,086. This year's proposed budget is for $341,086, which is a difference of $250,000. Capital outlay last year and this year is $0, and that remains the same. Matching fund for this year and last year was $0, and that remains the same. Indirect cost for this year and last year was $0, and that remains the same. The budget for last year was $599,086. The proposed budget for this new year is $349,086, which is a difference of $250,000. There is no position or vehicles budgeted out of this program. Moving on to tab number 9, Business Unit 109009, Office of Diné School Improvement. This is in the amount of $850,212. Personnel expenses last year was $645,987. The proposed budget is for $674,168, which is a total of $28,181. Travel expense last year was for $38,392. This year is for $36,713, which is a total of $1,679. Meeting expense, there was $0 last year, and this year that remains the same. Supplies last year was $66,049. This year is for $38,364, which is a total of $27,685. Lease and rental last year and this year is $0. That remains the same. Communications and utilities from last year and this year is $0, and that remains the same. Repairs and maintenance. Last year was $62,403. This year's proposed budget is for $20,000. That would be a difference of $42,403. Contractual services from last year and this year is $0, and that remains the same. Special transaction from last year was $6,017. This year is for $6,396, which is a total of $379. Public assistance from last year was $56,314. The proposed budget for this year is $75,072, which is a total of $18,758. Capital outlay from last year this year is $0. That remains the same. Matching funds from last year and this year is $0, which remains the same. Indirect costs from last year and this year is $0, which remains the same. The position budgeted for this program was 7 last year and 6 this year. There's a total of 2 vehicles budgeted for this program. Moving on to tab number 8, Business Unit 109012, Office of Diné Youth and Administration. This department has a total amount of $369,620. Personnel expense budgeted from last year was $277,769. This year's proposed budget is $275,256, which is a total of $2,513. Travel expense last year was $11,696. The proposed budget is $9,994, which is a total of $1,751. Meeting expense last year and this year is 0, which remains the same as 0. Supplies last year was $31,469. This year is for $42,540, which is a total of $11,071. Lease and rental, last year's budget was $5,980. This proposed budget for this year is $8,050, which is a total of $2,070. Communication and utilities, last year was budgeted for $4,500. That remains the same of $4,500 for this year's proposed budget. Maintenance and repair, last year was budgeted for $2,000. The proposed budget for this year is $1,700, which is a difference of $300. Contractual services, last year was for $2,000, and there's none this year, so that remains the same. Special transaction of $34,206 was budgeted last year for special transactions. This year, the proposed budget is for $27,629, which is a total of $6,577, which brings the total of $369,620. There's 4 positions budgeted for this department, and there is no vehicles budgeted. Moving on to tab number 11. This is for Business Unit 109013, Office of Diné Youth Chinle Agency. This is in the amount of $700,225. Personnel expenses. Last year's budget was for $567,274. The proposed budget this year is for $565,405. There's a difference of $1,869. Travel expenses budgeted for last year was $24,754. The proposed budget is for $20,542, which is a difference of $4,212. Meeting expense for last year and this year was 0. That remains the same. Supplies, $26,450 was budgeted for last year. This proposed budget this year is for $12,700, which is a difference of $13,750. Lease and rental, last year was budgeted for $600. This year, the proposed budget is for $646, which is a total of $46. Communication and utilities, last year was budgeted for $13,423. The proposed budget is for $13,550 with a total of $127. Maintenance and repairs last year was budgeted for $5,900. The proposed budget is for $6,000, which is a total of $100. Contractual services last year was budgeted for $1,800. There's none this year, so that remains the same. The difference is $1,800. Special transaction last year was $60,024. The proposed budget for this year is $81,382, which is a total of $21,358, which brings us to a total of $700,225. There's 10 positions budgeted here. We are able to keep the 10 positions, and they have only 1 vehicle budgeted for this program. Moving on to tab 12, Business Unit 109014, Office of Diné Youth Crown Point Agency. This is in the amount of $667,267. Personnel, last year's budget was $591,664. $591,664. The proposed budget for this year is $585,762, which is a total of $5,902. Travel expense for last year was $9,642. The proposed budget for this year is $18,116. That is a total of $8,474. Meeting expense last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Supplies for last year was $11,980. The proposed budget for this year is $6,403, which is a total of $5,577. Lease and rental last year was budgeted for $2,188. There's none proposed for this year, which is a total of $2,188. Communication and utilities, $27,116 was proposed for last year. This year's proposed budget is for $33,692, which is a total of $6,576. Maintenance and repair for last year budget was $200. There's none this year, which remains the same. Contractual services for last year was $500. There's none budgeted this year, so that remains the same. Special transaction for $23,977 was budgeted last year. The proposed budget for this year is $23,295, which is a total of $682. Public assistance, there was none last year and this year. That remains the same. Capital outlay last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Matching fund for this year and last year was zero. That remains the same. Indirect cost for last year and this year was zero. That remains the same, which gives us a total of $667,267. There is 10 positions last year and this year budgeted for this department, along with one vehicle being budgeted. Moving on to tab number 13, Business Unit 109015, Office of Dene Youth for Defiance Agency. This is in the amount of $700,225. Personnel expense budget for last year was $638,179. The proposed budget for this year is $630,131, which is a difference of $8,048. Travel expense, there was none budgeted last year. There's a proposed budget for this year for $2,009, which makes a total of $2,009. Meeting expense last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Supplies for last year was budgeted for $9,417. The proposed budget for this year is $8,662, which is a difference of $755. Lease and rental, the original budget for last year was $3,528. The proposed budget is $3,600. That is a total of $72. Communication utilities last year was $34,800. The proposed budget is for $28,200, which is a difference of $6,600. Maintenance and repair last year was budgeted for $5,000. This year, the proposed budget is for $6,500, which is a total of $1,500. Contractual service last year was budgeted for $1,000. There's none listed for this year, and that remains the same. Special transaction last year was budgeted for $8,301. The proposed budget for this year is $21,123, which is a total of $12,822, which brings us to a total of $700,225. There's a total of 11 vacancies for last year and this year, and no vehicles. They have no vehicles in this department. Thank you. Moving on to tab number 14, Business Unit 109016, Office of the Youth Shiprock Agency, in the amount of $736,160. Personnel expenses. Last year's budget was for $588,431. The proposed budget is for $582,952, which is a difference of $5,479. Travel expense was budgeted for $18,977 last year, and the proposed budget for this year is $24,587,000, which is a total of $5,610. Meeting expense for last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Supplies for last year was $12,088. The proposed budget for this new year is $12,650, which is a total of $562. Lease and rental last year was budgeted for $4,680. The proposed budget is for $2,700, which is a difference of $1,980. Communication and utilities, last year's budget was for $54,420. This year's proposed budget is for $15,900, which is a difference of $38,520. Repairs and maintenance last year was budgeted for $13,618. The proposed budget is for $20,040. That is a total of $6,422. Contractual services for last year's budget was $3,500. The proposed budget for this year is $3,540 with a total of $40. Special transaction last year was budgeted for $40,446. The proposed budget for this year is $73,791, which is a total of $33,345. The positions from last year and this year total up to 12 each year. They can remain the same. They also budget one vehicle for the department as well. Moving on to tab number 15, Business Unit 109017, Department, the NAU Tuba City Agency. So this is in the amount of $579,174. Personnel expenses, last year was budgeted for $510,724. The proposed budget this year is for $501,965, which is a total of $8,759. Travel expense last year was budgeted for $21,435. The proposed budget for this year is $24,374, which is a total of $2,939. Meeting expense last year and this year was $0. That remains the same. Supplies, last year was budgeted for $8,200. The proposed budget for this year is $9,700, which is a total of $1,500. Lease and rentals, $1,500 was budgeted last year. The proposed budget this year is for $1,750, which is a total of $250. Communication utilities, budgeted last year was $15,313. The proposed budget stays the same. Repairs and maintenance, last year's budget was for $3,500. The proposed budget for this year is $2,000, which is a total of $1,500. Contractual service last year and this year was $0. That remains the same. Special transaction for last year's budget was $18,502. The new proposed budget is for $24,072. There's a total of $5,570. Public assistant last year and this year was $0. That remains the same. Capital outlay this year and last year was $0. That remains the same. Matching funds this year and last year was $0. That remains the same. Direct and indirect costs from last year and this year was $0, and that remains the same, which brings us to a total of $579,174. For the positions budgeted for this department was 9 last year and remains 9 this year. There is a total of 2 vehicles that are budgeted for this program. Moving on to tab number 16, Business Unit 109018, Cognia Navajo Nation. This is in the amount of $385,021. Personnel expenses there, last year was budgeted for $362,778. The proposed budget for this year was $309,533, which is a difference of $53,245. Travel expense for last year was $17,116. The proposed budget is for $17,664, which is a total of $548. Meeting expense from last year and this year was $0, and that remains the same. Supplies from last year was $1,359. The proposed budget for this year is for $18,263, which is a total of $16,904. Lease and rental last year was $1,200. The proposed budget for this year is for $3,081, which is a total of $1,881. Communication utilities last year, there was none. This year, the proposed budget is for $2,000, which is a total of $2,000. Repairs and maintenance, there was $0 last year and this year, and that remains the same. Contractual services last year was $0. This year's proposed budget is for $10,000, which is a total of $10,000. Special transaction from last year was $2,568. The proposed budget for this year is $14,480 for a total of $11,912. Public assistance last year and this year was $0, and that remains the same. Capital outlay this year was $0. The proposed budget for this year is $10,000, which brings a total of $10,000. Matching funds last year and this year was $0. Indirect costs from last year and this year was $0, and those remain the same. The total position for this budget in this department is 4 personnel, and that remains the same from last year and this year. There's also a total of 1 vehicle from last year and this year that will remain the same. Moving on to tab number 16. Is it 16? Yeah. Business Unit 109020, Office OSERS Food Services Vending Program. This is in the amount of $43,122. Personnel expense, last year proposed budget was for $38,386. The proposed budget for this year is $37,991. So that brings a difference of $395. Travel expense last year and this year was 0, that remains the same. Meeting expenses from last year and this year remain 0, and that remains the same. Supplies last year was $994. The proposed budget for this year is $1,742, which is a total of $2,252. Lease and rental from last year and this year was 0, that remains the same. Communications and utilities was from last year and this year is 0, and that remains the same. Repairs and maintenance from last year and this year was 0, and that remains the same. Contractual services from last year and this year was 0, and that remains the same. Special transaction from last year was $742. The proposed budget for this year was $3,389, which is a total of $2,647. Public assistant last year and this year was 0, that remains the same. Capital outlay last year and this year was 0, that remains the same. Matching funds from last year and this year was 0, and that remains the same. Indirect costs from last year and this year was 0, and that remains the same, which brings us a total budget of $43,122. There's only one position that was available in this department from last year and this year, and that remains the same, and there's no vehicles budgeted for this program. Moving on to tab number 17, Business Unit 109023, Office of Diné Accountability and Compliance. This is in the amount of $446,824. Personnel expenses, last year was budgeted for $392,336. The proposed budget for this year is $388,444, which is a difference of $3,892. Travel expenses for last year was $24,836. The proposed budget for this year is $30,766, which is a total of $5,930. Meeting expenses from last year and this year is 0, that remains the same. Supplies for last year was $20,999. The proposed budget for this year is $19,231, which is a difference of $1,768. Lease and rental for last year's budget was $763. That remains the same with the proposed budget of $763. Communication and utilities last year was budgeted for $500. That remains the same for this proposed budget for $500. Repairs and maintenance for last year was $1,140. That remains the same with the proposed budget this year for $1,140. Special transaction from last year was $6,250. The proposed budget is for $5,980, which is a difference of $270, which brings us to a total of $446,824. There's 5 personnel from last year, which will remain this year for vacancies or positions for this department. There's also 1 vehicle budgeted for this department as well. Moving on to tab number 18, Business Unit 109026, Navajo Board of Education. This is in the amount of $140,000. Last year's budget was for $72,257. The proposed budget remains the same with $72,257. Travel expense for last year was $1,267. That remains the same with $1,267. Meeting expense was budgeted last year for $65,000. That remains the same for the proposed budget of $65,000 this year. Supplies, it was 0 last year, remains 0, and that's still the same. Lease and rental for last year and this year is 0, that remains the same. Communications and utilities, last year was budgeted for $1,014. It would remain the same with this proposed budget for $1,014. Repairs and maintenance from last year and this year was 0, that remains the same. Contractual services from last year and this year was 0, and that remains the same. Special transactions from last year was $462, that remains the same with the proposed budget for $462. Public assistance from last year and this year was 0, that remains the same. Capital outlay from last year and this year was 0, and that remains the same. Matching fund from last year and this year was 0, and that remains the same. Indirect costs from last year and this year was 0, and that remains the same, which gives us a total of $140,000. There are no positions budgeted for this item, and also there's no vehicles for the Board of Education as well.
Go ahead and go on to the Lake College. Before you proceed, these are corrections, these were just received tomorrow.
Can you go ahead and read those?
So she wants to read that one. Just for these two business units.
Okay. So I have to read into record for our food service and our Office of Special Education Rehabilitation Services of two, Chair, if I'm able to read these two corrections into.
Is it part of your binder? Do we have copies of it? What time is it?
Wait, I don't know. Okay, we don't have copies of these. These were just given to me.
Okay.
So, do you want me to go make copies?
Yeah.
So she can proceed on to the
Yeah.
college?
Kujabanja.
Okay, Business Unit 119001, Dene College. This is in the amount of $4.7 million from general funds. So personnel expense, there's none that was budgeted last year and this year, so that remains 0. Travel expense from this year and last year was 0, that remains 0. Meeting expense from last year's budget and this year's budget was 0, that remains the same. Supplies from last year's budget was $300,000. The proposed budget for this year is $500,000, which is a total of $200,000. Lease and rentals from last year and this year was 0, that remains the same. Communication utilities from last year budget was $200,000. This year is 0, so that's a difference of $200,000. Repairs and maintenance from last year and this year was 0, that remains the same. Contractual services from last year was $1,650,000. That remains the same with the proposed budget for this year. Special transaction from last year and this year was 0, that remains the same. Public assistance from last year and this year was 0, and that remains the same. Capital outlay, that was for last year was $2,550,000. That remains the same with the proposed budget of $2,550,000. Matching funds from last year and this year were this year. Moving on to tab number 20, Business Unit 119002, Navajo Technical University. So this one is for the amount of $4.2 million. Personnel expense here from last year was budgeted for $2,089,074. The proposed budget for this year is $2,089,074. Travel expense from last year was budgeted for $50,000. The proposed budget for this year is $90,000, which is a total of $40,000. Meeting expense from last year was budgeted for $40,000, and there's none proposed for this year's budget. Supplies from last year was budgeted for $75,426. The proposed budget for this year is $205,426, which is a total of $130,000. Lease and rental from last year's budget was $20,000. This year's proposed budget is $20,000. That remains the same. Communication utilities, last year was $150,000 budgeted. This year's proposed budget is $150,000, so that remains the same. Repairs and maintenance from last year's budget was $15,000. The proposed budget's in the amount of $15,000. That remains the same. Contractual services from last year's budget was $350,000. The proposed budget this year is for $95,000, which is a total of $255,000. Special transactions, last year was budgeted for $335,500. The proposed budget for this year is for $335,500. That remains the same. Public assistant last year and this year was 0. That remains the same. Capital outlay for last year's budget was $1,075,000. The proposed budget for this year is $1.2 million, which is a total of $125,000. This brings a total amount of $4.2 million. There's no positions budgeted or vehicles budgeted for NTU. Moving on to 22. Oh, and then the next tab was supposed to be Navajo Pret, and they were supposed to receive some funding, but they denied funding. What was the amount? It was like $97. Okay. So moving on to tab number 22, Business Unit 119020, Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance and Navajo Nation Grants. This is for the amount of $3.5 million. Personnel expense last year and this year, zero was budgeted. That remains the same. Travel expense last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Meeting expenses last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Supplies last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Lease and rentals from last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Communication utilities from last year and this year was zero, and that remains the same. Repairs and maintenance from last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Contractual service from this year and last year was zero. That remains the same. Special transaction from this year and last year was zero, and that remains the same. Public assistance from last year was $3.5 million. The proposed budgets for this year is $3.5 million. That remains the same. Capital outlay last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Matching funds from this year and last year was zero, and that remains the same. Indirect costs from this year and last year was zero, and that remains the same, which gives a total of $3.5 million. There is no positions or vehicles budgeted for this scholarship office. Moving on to tab number 23, Business Unit 119025, Phoenix Indian Center. This is in the amount of $81,000. Personnel expenses is, last year was budgeted for zero. The proposed budget for this year is $30,250 in the amount of $30,250. Travel expense for last year was zero. The proposed budget for this year is $1,000, which is a total of $1,000. Meeting expense from last year was zero. The proposed budget for this year is zero, and it remains the same. Supplies from last year was zero. The proposed budget for this year is $3,452, which is a total of $3,452. Lease and rental last year was zero. The proposed budget for this year is $10,800, which is a total of $10,800. Communication utilities last year was zero. The proposed budget for this year is $300, which is a total of $300. Repairs and maintenance last year was zero. The proposed budget for this year is zero and remains the same. Contractual services for last year was zero. The proposed budget for this year is $20,000, which is a total of $20,000. Special transaction was zero last year. The proposed budget for this year is $1,000, which is a total of $1,000. Public assistance last year was zero. The proposed budget for this year is $5,000, which is a total of $5,000. Capital outlay for last year and this year was zero. That remains the same. Matching funds for last year and this year is zero. That remains the same. Indirect costs of 12.81% was zero last year, and the proposed budget for this year is $9,198, which brings a total of $9,198. which brings a total amount of $81,000. There's a halftime. Last year, there was no position. This year is a part-time position. And then also, they had no vehicle budgeted last year, but they have a half vehicle budget this year. I don't know. We'll decide. Maybe it's a bus. So, okay. Okay. So I'll go back to scholarship. I'll have you go ahead and read that one. Oh. Okay, which one do I go back? Which one does not? Which one do you need? 22 scholarship. Okay. Okay.
just the ones that are filled.
Okay, going back to Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance. Business Unit 509002, this is in the amount of $841,734. This is in the area of public assistance. Last year's approved budget was for $789,722. The proposed budget for this year is $841,734, which is a total of $52,012. Which brings a total amount of $789,722 from last year to the proposed budget of $841,734 for the proposed budget this year, which is a total of $52,012. No positions and no vehicles. Moving to Business Unit 509004. This is in the amount of $58,445 for the Office of Navajo Scholarship and Financial Assistance. This is in the area of public assistance for last year's budget of $56,087. The proposed budget for this year is $58,445, which is a total of $2,358, which brings a total of last year's budget for $56,087 to the proposed budget this year for $58,445, which is a total of $2,358. There's no positions or vehicles. Moving on to Business Unit 509009 for Office of Navajo Scholarship and Financial Assistance. This is in the amount of $2,524. This is for public assistance. Last year, the budget was for $100,898. The proposed budget for this year is $2,524, which is a difference of $98,374. Which brings last year's total amount to $100,898. The proposed budget for this year is $2,524, which makes a difference of $98,374. Business Unit 509010, Office of Navajo Scholarship and Financial Assistance. This is in the amount of $4,118,434. This is in the area of public assistance. Last year's budget was for $3,884,054. The proposed budget for this year is for $4,118,434, which is a total of $234,380. Which is the total amount budgeted for last year was $3,884,054. The proposed budget for this year is $4,118,434, which is a total of $234,380. There's no positions or vehicles budgeted for. Moving on to Business Unit number N01171 for Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance. This is in the amount of $171,017. This is in the area of public assistance. Last year's budget was for $167,803. The proposed budget for this year is $171,017, which is a total of $3,214, which brings a total of last year's budget to $167,803. The proposed budget for this year is $171,017, which is a total of $3,214. There's no vehicles or personnel budgeted here. Next one is Business Unit 119020, the Office of Navajo Scholarship and Financial Assistance. This is in the amount of $3.5 million. This is in the area of public assistance. Last year's budget was for $3.5 million. The proposed budget for this year is $3.5 million. There's no difference, which brings a total of last year and this year's budget for $3.5 million. There's no positions or vehicle budgeted for.
They don't have a form, so he said we can just read this into them, these amounts, and the business units are 8. Yeah, right here, the business units, and then the amounts.
Okay.
So that's your next one, JLF. You'll pass Phoenix or JLF? There you go.
Okay, Business Unit K2407XX, Johnson O'Malley. So this is in the amount, funding source is going to be BU K2407XX in the amount of $3,665,900, $977. The next one is for BU number K180745 in the amount of $733. The next one is for BU number K190733 in the amount of $723,000 or $612. The next one is for Business Unit K200712 in the amount of $2,099,436. The next one is the BU number K210734 in the amount of $387,000 or $87,663. Moving on to Business Unit 7, or K210785 in the amount of $152,524. Business Unit K220711 in the amount of $544,734. Next one is Business Unit K220766 in the amount of $136,030. The next one is Business Unit K220787 for the amount of $4,514. Business Unit 7230706 in the amount of $3,865,977. Business Unit K2107-108 in the amount of $660,136. Business Unit K2107-109 in the amount of $964,300. Business Unit K2207-104 in the amount of $465,544. There is a total position of last year and this year of positions budgeted that remains the same, and there's a budget of 3 vehicles from last year's budget and this year's budget that remains the same, which is a total of $13,871,180. Moving on to Johnson O'Malley. The amount of personnel expense, this is going to be K number K2407XX. Do they want the grant number too or not? I had the K count. This is contract grant number A24AVXXXX. Okay, personnel expense from last year was $561,575. This year is the same with $561,575. Travel expense from last year was $42,500. It remains the same with $42,500. Meeting expense from last year and this year was $0. That remains the same. Supplies from last year was $42,573. That remains the same with $42,573. Lease and rental from last year was $21,500. That remains the same with $21,500. Communication and utilities, last year was budgeted for $8,200. That remains the same with $8,200. Repairs and maintenance from last year was $12,500. That remains the same this year with $12,500. Contractual service from last year was $3,900. This year remains the same with $3,900.
Ms. Edgewater?
Yes.
Okay, trying to catch up back with you.
Okay.
All the trust funds and the traditional apprenticeship and the scholarship financial, the high school prep and scholarship financial, is not part of this binder. So I was trying to look for it. But you did go over and you read it into the record. We don't have copies of those. This whole listing, the one that had blue. And then from there, you started back off with Johnson O'Malley. Honorable Dr. Andinez?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Not only did I notice that as well, the lack of binder, but correct me if I'm wrong, that JOM, the K accounts are not general funds account and they don't receive general funds, so I'm not sure if it's necessary for you to read the entire packet with JOM to us. If I can get clarity there, that's okay, but I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
For your Johnson O'Malley program, just give us the overall amount, which would be the 13 million on that form. Which I interrupted you halfway through the whole process.
Oh, the one with the,
Do you not have it?
This is the,
Okay, committee members. Where we are at is on K accounts and external funds. So that's where we are at. But we really don't need to go over that because they're external funds. But then we ended up going back to tab 22 where it has the listing for the special revenue funds of business unit number 509002 in the amount of $841,734, which is attached. And then the next one is business unit number 509004, also special revenue in the amount of $58,445. That information is also under tab 22. And the next one, again, is business unit number 509009. Special revenue funds is under, in the amount of $2,524, is also under tab 22. And it has all the other information. And then the next one, your business unit number 509010. Your special revenue funds is $4,118,434, which is also under tab 22. And so when you reviewed those ones, it is on the listing that we got from Department of the Net Education. And so, but over here at OMB, they don't have it. They don't have that information, correct, OMB? So OMB, it's not on OMB's packet on that listing. These business unit numbers that I just read to you, those are general funds. And so that's where we're trying to get clarification, because when you look at OMB's listing, it's only pertaining to general funds, but again, OMB don't have the, does not have the budget forms in those documents for those business unit numbers. Under the special revenue account, OMB does not have that information. So they're trying to figure out how much time they would need to get that information to OMB. And so if we get the okay from OMB that we can still move forward, then we'll move forward. But if they identify a time frame, we might have to recess and continue on Department of the Net Education's budget tomorrow. Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Ado Kudo. Committee and plenty members would motion to recess until in the morning. Since we got the quorum, I know this so they can do research on it. Chair.
Okay, there it is. Okay, Honorable George Toth, let me find a time, and then from there I will recognize your motion. I don't know how much time they would need, and that will determine when we can start tomorrow. I know, like I stated, Thursday, there was a request that we begin at 10 a.m. because of our Nabik meeting that will start at 8 a.m. and end at 10 a.m. So Thursday, but for tomorrow, how much time does Dodie and OMB need? Unless they're ready. I hear Miss Rose Graham saying that they're ready. I don't know where that information is. I don't know how much time they need. I mean, I want to recognize the motion to recess, but I don't know how much time they need, and I don't know what time we should be starting tomorrow. I know our agenda does indicate at 9. What we could do too is, no, we can't. Can we move on to the next legislation while we wait for them? Or we would need to do suspension of the 4 rules again?
We only have, only DHR is ready because you moved veterans and I'm sorry, you moved
Department of Health.
health and then veterans isn't ready yet.
Yeah. Other episode, I don't know if Division of Human Resources is ready tomorrow, so I could say we can skip Department of the Net Education and go straight to Division of Human Resource, but I don't know if they're ready. I know that Division of Health is not ready as well, and we just did the suspension of 4 rules. And then veterans, for sure, they're not ready too. What is that? Letter E. Jo'ela tomorrow. I don't know if they're ready yet. Jo'e, they're all over out in Twin Arrows right now because for that chapter training that they're doing as we speak. So, shall we just recess until Thursday then, and not reconvene tomorrow until Thursday? Because if you look at letter E of the legislation 0186-23, that's not eligible for action until tomorrow as well. So, HEHSC committee members, the Hishin Hyodli, Honorable Dr. Nez.
Thank you, Chair. I will support that if Mr. Toth here amends his motion to recess until Thursday. I do have one question that Dodie, maybe this will give him time to correct to. I'm not sure when the appropriate time is, being that you haven't recognized the motion yet, but I do have a comment related to the packets that Dodie presented us as well. Otherwise, I am good for Thursday too. FYI, thank you.
Okay. What do you think, Ms. Edgewater? Are they? That's why even. Oh, Sean, no. Okay, Honorable George Toth, if you can modify your motion that we recess until Thursday morning, and we can start back at 10 a.m. on Thursday morning after the Big meeting, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. So he is okay with modifying his motion to recess to Thursday morning to begin at 10 a.m. And second will, after Nabikiat meeting on Thursday morning. That will be at 10. Honorable Dr. Nez?
Yes, I'll second the motion, but first I want to make a few comments. Department of Education, I know we received a potential amendment to what is being presented here. On Office of Dinesh School Improvement, your total amount proposed general fund budget is $850,212. However, in the binder that you gave us, it is $850,713. So those are two completely different numbers. And if we can also have staff just to ensure that the next programs or the divisions that we're meeting with are prepared, being that we're going to take a full day to recess tomorrow, which I'm okay with, but just to have, just apprise them to be prepared and have a lot of the information presented before us so that it doesn't delay the discussion that we need to have, if any. And with that, Chair, I'll second the motion by Honorable Toth.
Okay, so with that, there is a motion on the floor to recess to Thursday morning at 10 a.m. after Nabikiat meeting. And we will begin back with legislation number 0185-23, which is now for Nation Department of the Net Education budget. So we can reconvene at that time and then continue on with our agenda at that time as well. So that is a motion that was made by Honorable George Toth and then second by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Are there any questions in regards to the motion and second, committee members? Twice. Any other questions? Going 3 times. With that, roll call vote to recess until Thursday morning at 10 a.m. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Vote screen. Okay. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay. Green. Honorable George Toth. Okay, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. With that, we do have 4 in favor and chair not voting, and we do have 1 unexcused, which is Honorable Curtis Unito. So with that, motion carries, and we will reconvene with the Health, Education, Human Service Committee fiscal year 2024 budget hearings on Thursday at 10 a.m. And so we recess here at 4:46 p.m. Thank you. Yeah.
This is where I left off at, but these are G counts, you want me to